You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Adam in the garden, hiding from the Lord. Adam in the garden, hiding. Every Baptist, Adam in the garden, hiding. Yeah, them Baptists, hiding from the Lord. I heard some Baptists by me of it, singing this hymn, so I asked about it. They say right after the election, Manning went looking for Selwyn Ryan. They say Manning went to look for Selwyn, to offload a piece of the mind on him. Selwyn's Paul and St. Augustine had predicted PNM would win. They tell me Selwyn's researching and his Sarah bulletin. So if PNM as number one, was Manning to hold the election. So that when the election over, they say Selwyn run for cover. Manning search all through the party. Up to now we can't find Selwyn before. Selwyn in the garden, hiding. Selwyn in the garden, hiding from Manning. Just how I buy it at 7. I ain't want a black secretaries. They say Manning took the decision on his own to go and hold the election. They say that Ryan will give him the bait. I would like him to fight him straight. Selwyn says Paul don't leave, and PNM go win about 24 seats. They tell me that some ex-ministers Manning catch them with their pants down. Most of them to go from their bankers for their cars, their house and their dog. So important Valley went with Manning that morning to look for Selwyn. The Valley have seen Selwyn. The people that he go mountain. Selwyn in the garden, hiding. Selwyn in the garden, hiding from Manning. Yeah, liar.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZY 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. And of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And folks, I already see our first guest is already in the house, and we got to see if we could bring her in. But before I do that, let me bring in no other than 1/3 of the dark triplets, no other than Diana Waveney Benskin McDonald.
And I ain't
Diana
hiding from
Benskin.
nobody. I big and bold right here. See me?
Oh God!
Right here. I ain't hiding from nobody.
Diana in the corner hiding.
I don't hide from
Hiding.
nobody. Nope. I don't know that game hide and seek.
I don't know, but you gotta say Diana in the corner hiding.
Nope.
Hiding.
It ain't rhyming. Don't sound good.
Eh,
Nah.
it ain't all good. All right,
Nope.
all right.
Diana
all
don't
right.
hide from no one.
All right, so in the corner hiding. Hey,
Nope.
hey. How you going, Phantom? Inside? Let me bring in guys in the chat. Let me just bring this young lady in because she has to run. She's joining us all the way from Tobago. So let's bring her in here. You know, no other than Ava. We like to see a picture though, you know. We don't mind, you know. We like a picture too. Ava, special welcome to you. Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. Or the Dark Triplets, we have with us as D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the Phantom. I am Ansem. They call me Flash or Wall Street. And G is Gary or the Phantom. Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets. How are you doing there in Tobago?
Very good.
Ava McCall, I follow you when she logs on. Sometimes I'm her first person on her live.
And I follow you too, my sister.
That's right.
Yeah. What? Only doing a lot of following. There's a follow.
That's right.
There's a kind of follow thing. You follow me, I follow you. So,
That's
Yes.
right.
Ava, I was told that you are in the Tobago constituency. Tobago. You are in the Roxborough constituency in Tobago. Is that correct?
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not
God.
just, not just
Wait,
the
wait.
Roxborough constituency, but the constituency of the leader, the champion, the boss.
All right.
All right. And I just
And
want
Anselm father live in Roxborough. Let me jump the story.
but
Anselm
listen,
father live in Roxborough. His name is Sharky. Okay, good.
but why you want to tell my story for me?
Because you go drag it out.
My
You know,
my,
yeah,
my
that he
father
father.
is Shaki. You know Shaki?
Your father is Shaki.
My father is Shaki. Yeah.
Lebon Jack.
Libon is my last name is Libon. That's my father.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, he has learned things. Yeah, I'm my father. My
Yes, I
father.
know Lebon.
Yeah,
I
my
know
brothers and them. Yeah, all my brothers and them and my stepmother and all of them.
Right, Taurus. Mm-hmm.
So yes, yeah, that's my stepmother. Yeah, you see? So I understand what's going on in Tobago. Don't think I don't understand. So Eva, I think
Mm-hmm.
how you came to my attention, right, is that there was some misleading information that was put out by the media regarding fighting between the PNM and the UNC. And you made a video to show that there was no fighting and how the media was trying to portray that they were sort of infighting and that they were fighting amongst each other. Because I know Tobagonians
No,
are very peaceful people.
among the PNM and the PDP, not UNC. I think you said
My bad. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah. Between the PDP and the UNC. Yeah. Between the
and the
PDP. So
PDP and PNM.
there is no
PDP
UNC in
and
Tobago.
PDP and PNM. My bad. PDP and PNM. Between the PDP and the PNM. Let me clarify that. So talk a little bit about that because it was kind of misleading for people on the outside believing that there was fighting between the PDP and the PNM, and when it wasn't so. Yes, it's a highly contested election, but it wasn't so. Talk a little bit about that.
No, it was never so. But mainstream media in Trinidad and Tobago, which all belong to the PNM. They like to twist stories and lie. And if you guys really looked at the live I did, you will see I went up to the lady. I went up to the reporter who made that blatant lie and that blunder. You know, as in every election in Tobago, you know, sometimes, you know, everybody together and you wave your flag and I wave my flag and everybody having fun. There was nothing of the sort. When we were there in Pembroke, the fact remains is that we had much, much, much more supporters than the PNM did. And when the PNM candidates came out, you know, they will give them pickong, and even when, well, they went it, they did the nomination before us. So when the candidates come out, you know, we will come out and we will sit down and, you know, tell them, you will get your throat cut, not this time, Tobago is ours, you know, things like that. There was no fighting. No fighting. And if you look at the video carefully, you see what I did? We went and we hung up with people. But you know, some people will say, all right, we know it's COVID time, so we ain't gonna be hugging up, so let me just do the elbow bounce and whatever kind of bounce. In Tobago, we don't have that. Right now, the only persons who are trying to see if they can muddy the waters is those little politicians like Tracy and let me tell you, my cousin Tracy, who trying to. I don't know why she lying so, because the thing about it is that both she and Watson grew up right here in the village of Roxborough,
Oh, she
and
grew
they
up in
were always
Roxborough?
good. And
She, she
she
grew up
is
in
from
Roxborough?
Roxborough, right here. She is my
Oh,
family. What is my family?
oh, okay,
Both of them
okay.
is my family. We are all one big. And the fact is that Tracy was never even a PNM. Tracy came out in politics first under the UNC when Anthony Price was going up as a candidate for this area. We bought in that young lady because I always in politics. From Mr. Robinson came to Roxborough, yeah, and we growing up, that is what we all always on that DAC and everything else. And when UNC came here, and Mr. Pandey put Anthony Price to be our candidate, he bought into the office to be his campaign manager. Her mother was never a PNM. Her father grew up in a house that his mother was PNM, right? They were the PNM. But Tracy never grew up as a PNM child. It's because of bribes and you know how they like to grease them. That is why she's across there. And then they're telling us lies and trying to assassinate Watson's character, and not Watson alone, but Farley too. And this is the thing that does get me the most. The lies. They are not strangers. And you see she does behave and talk as though, well, she don't know nothing about country. And that is the thing that is going to beat them. Because you see, when you turn your back on your own and you want to play, you're coming back now to beg for votes, it ain't gonna work. And the lies is what's going to bust the skin Monday too. This is a lies, because everybody know everybody in Tobago. Look, I know your father, I know Carrie, I know all of them. And let me tell you too, Carrie and all is my family. You know, she mother is a Macmillan, I am a Macmillan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know that. I know that. I know that.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's one big family. We have one big family. I'm not against the girl wanting to go up. You understand me? But they must learn to practice telling the truth. You can't be wanting to put people under the bus. And these media from Trinidad who want to come across and tell a lie, you will see that, like, if they have a motorcade, I don't know if they have it. You understand me? I will do a live and I will show you how everybody, whatever color you have, we standing up on the side of the road together. It is people's choice to choose who they want. And right now in Tobago, we just fed up. They're real corrupt. I know it. I know personally about the corruption. You understand me? And I don't want no part and nothing corrupted. And it's time enough for us to change. We need the change. We are in the era of change. And the dirty mouth man who they call Prime Minister. Waste of time with T-Boy. Waste of time. That man,
Oh, but that's an Army boy. He's an Army boy.
Which boy? I never vote for Army boy. Because let me tell you something. When Mr. Robinson built that dredge, they dredged the harbor and tried to transform the harbor into a deep water harbor. We boys stand up in the parliament and talk it down and cry against it. Everything Mr. Robinson tried to do for Tobago, we boy was the one who was fighting against it. You understand me? We boy lost the election in 1981 when he went up against Pam. And he left Tobago and never turned back.
Listen carefully.
Never turned back. I'm listening.
Well, you telling me to listen. You telling me to listen.
We listening to you, mother. You go ahead. Go ahead, preach.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead. You tell me to listen. Go ahead.
Yes, he never turned back. All of a sudden, you understand me? Right now, you see how God does work good? Look what Shomari come out and do. That was the Holy Spirit. He was right. It was the Holy Spirit that talked through him out. And as I tell him, you know what Pastor Ben sing? You can't, what?
When God bless a man.
Yes, it's when God bless a man, don't stop him. Right? And that is the truth. And these people are so wicked. Right in the beach in Belgarden, 15 bodies came in. Rotten dead bodies came in on an African boat. They took the bodies. And I hear they put some in each funeral home. And what are they saving those bodies for? The boat is down in Belgarden Beach. It's big, old, and stinks. They won't even burn the boat because I can't do nothing with that again. So they are trying to let go familiar spirits on the ground, but we are praying people. We are praying people, no matter what they do. Not this time. Not this time. That man is wicked. We live in it here.
So Ava, why do you think why is the people on the ground seem to be so fed up in Tobago with the PNM? What it is? If you had to put your hand on 2 or 3 things, what would you say in 2 or 3 things that you think that the people in Tobago seem to be so fed up with the PNM?
Let me start from the end. Now is the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in power for 4 years. They're there for 20 years. And every time close to election, you're coming and you're giving this work and giving that work and giving the other work and all kind of work they bring out. During the years, you go to them, boy, we aren't tired, we have no money, we can't do this, we can't do that. Their family members who have no qualifications, they're having them pushing them, are giving them more than money. I just said 2, 3. Who have no qualifications, they're taking them and putting them in office spaces and giving them jobs that they are not qualified for. And you taking your children and send them to school, you have to find money to send them to college, they're coming out with degrees and they can't get nothing. Another thing, they have these young people like Pali. I had a daughter who used to teach in the same school with Pali. Frustration, they're frustrating them out because watch me. You're coming out with your bachelor's degree, your associate degree, your all kind of degree. You're getting assessed as teacher 3, which is the highest assessment. And they're having your own contract. You understand me? I didn't even know when they put the thing educator is. But as Sally talk about it, I realized that when they write educator. You understand me? It's temporary work. My daughter went and she did her interviews and she was successful. And in that corrupt place, down there they call education, they never place her. They never give she the position, and it have people who retiring and the positions are vacant and they're not putting in nobody, only their friends and family. How we get sit down and accept all this kind of madness all the time? We can't. Look the other day when the in this pandemic time, as they call it, right? So much people out there hungry. We're not asking them for little help. They can't help them. And they're asking people straight and plain, look, they have young people, they're calling them for the look, they call a young lady. Where do you work? I hear you're working with the PDP. Yes, I'm doing a little work with the PDP right now. Well, all right, we're gonna call you back there. She's still waiting. So if you're supporting the PDP, they ain't giving you nothing. We don't want this on the space of Tobago because there was PNM, there was DAC, and nobody ever used to be treated with indifference. You understand? They do too much underhand racketeering business too. They hand dirty. And what Tracy and Nadine trying to see if they could pull wool over people like they can't. Tracy listen to me. Tracy is my family. Tracy don't have a trick nor a child. Tracy have a house in Delaford, Kingsway. And then Tracy have a house down so. And I can tell her she have an apartment up in New York too.
Hey,
no, I
what?
won't go and put it out. Now I say.
Is
Now
that
I
alleged?
say.
Is that alleged or is that alleged or you sure about that?
Alleged. Me sure. But me not gonna give you the name of the apartment building where she had the apartment in, where they pay for whatever.
No, we don't want you to do that. We don't want you
So
to do that.
wait. Let me ask you a question. What you are saying, based on solid information, that there is evidence to prove that Tracy Celestine Davidson has an apartment in Brooklyn, in Manhattan. What part of New York?
Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn.
Oh boy. And she a pay for. Yes. I tell her let me family. And when they try to play, well, she said come and try to play, she want to talk things about me, about my firstborn child. You understand me? So the war started. And I was telling me I'm proud to be a teenage mother. I don't have a problem with that. My son is a minister of the gospel. I don't have no problem with that. He's not a druggist. You understand me? He's not a bandit on the road. And I love my 4 children that God bless me with. But when you see, they must know to leave people alone. They have to learn to leave people alone.
So Ava, are you saying that part of what's going on in Tobago is victimization if you decide that you're going to support
the
PDP?
Oh yes. Not part of what. Because look, this is why Kelvin Morris went into the study park quarry yesterday and trying to subtly tell the people about well, we ain't really telling who to vote in, but you have to think about what you have right now and you don't know what could happen after if you're going to vote for somebody else. What's stupidness is that no politician is supposed to be on nobody's job site telling them kind of things. And
yeah,
she now have a
I saw that video. I saw that video. Go ahead.
And see what we have to do? Push.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, don't hold back. Don't hold back. Let it loose.
I said, this is why we are going to push back. We are going to push back. We ain't giving up at all. You understand? That's why we're on the ground day and night. Imagine that PDP don't even have money to buy jerseys to give the people. These people have a whole big truck coming through up and down Roxborough with food. That's what again they in a big truck. You understand? And it has so much hungry people around. And if they're not opposed to supporting PDP, they're not giving them nothing. Whenever we have a little thing, we giving anybody. Whether you have on a red jersey or whatever color jersey, because this is Tobago. Tobago was a family-oriented place. Tobago people, everybody used to share with everybody. Right? As the saying goes, if I have a bunch of figs and you need a hand of banana to go and make a broth, you're getting the hand. We wasn't that kind of people. The color of jersey had nothing to do with it because we were one people. But then the dragon that they call Rowley come now and mess up the people's mind. The same man who said that he live in Mason Hall. And let me tell you something. When you hear he say Lekito, close to Mason Hall, where his house is and the road that he living in Mason Hall is the link road to Lekito. You understand me? So he very close to where you know he has to go for. Is the link road. You understand me? And let me tell you that the real nastiness. They have some of them that are in Pembroke. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Some of them in Pembroke.
Right. I was telling earlier. Them in them with the necromancy. They had the little Baptist boy and a group, and the boldface now, in the four roads in Pembroke, and doing all the seance in the middle of the road. No, they ain't care now. And you see, after them do that thing there, this little boy in Boku there, dead. The man come from Trinidad, drive one cement shop, dead. So that's 2 lives. You understand me? These people are evil necromancers. And that is why God had us to use the same Shamari who was trying to throw Watson under the bus to open him out and talk the truth. You can't do these things. You can't do these things.
So why did he think he was going to go and talk to those workers and get away with something like that? That somebody wouldn't videotape that.
You understand? They forget it. This is modern day technology. And he's not the only one, because look, I met a guy in town and he said he have a sister and she go and telling the young boy, oh, if you ain't vote, you ain't gonna get back to work. What kind of nonsense is this? They're trying to frighten the young people and them. They're trying to frighten them. So I tell his straight and plain, I said, watch me, is your nephew, talk to your nephew. You understand me? But we live in, I in Roxborough, we dealing with our business up here.
How things in Roxborough? Right? How things in Roxborough? And they come in and fix all the roads and things, anything too going on in there. They ain't doing that because of Watson.
Listen to me. Roxborough have to say thank God for Watson Sullivan do. They come and they set a below police station. They put the police station between 2 rivers. When Roxborough flood, that police station they will flood. They put the health center, listen to me carefully, health center, that they are calling a hospital over there too. Because we had a health center out the road, they shut it down, move everything over to the so-called hospital, and that is where they're doing the health center now. There is no hospital in Roxborough. So don't let it lie to you. You know, no bed in that place, they know nothing for hospital. If the emergency takes place, they have to carry you straight up to Signal. Is there not name hospital in Roxborough? So you hear about open up the mouth and talking about this and that and that and that the other. Look, I see Anselm went and cut ribbon for a boardwalk that already open long time. I see you doing that was yesterday. He commissioning it. Nonsense they're doing. Nonsense all of them doing. They're not doing nothing for Tobago. Everything Rowley tell them and the PNM financials, that is what they do. And in case all you know, you see TV6 and all of them is the 1%ers and them who own them places there. Guardian Media House is the 1%, all of them is own it there. So they have to have the same narrative. I see they bring a Jamaican and put you on CTT. So I'm telling you all the truth. I doesn't watch nothing local. I do not waste time to watch any local news.
Why is that?
You want me to remain vexed all the days of my life? No. I have my father and mother still alive. My father is 90 years old. My mother is 81 years old. So you know them go sit down and watch a little TV and things. And my father telling me, but how come I ain't seeing nothing from PDP on the TV? I said, because these people buy out everything. And when they're doing, they're telling you a whole bunch of lies. But how Watson say that he got secede or whatever word they're using. You understand me? They're talking secession. That is a lie. The whole thing about it, they're talking about Tobago don't have anything. If you come to Tobago and you go down by Goodwood and all them places and you watch out in the sea there, see them drilling oil out in the sea there. Whole night, every night. Because in the night you go see the light. Right there, right there. That is not Trinidad water. They want to thief with land, with sea space and all. And we only want to do these things for his 1%ers in Trinidad. The people and them down by the airport side. When I see the places that these go and break down people's house, you don't need that for no airport, boy. He want there so that the 1%ers to go and build up the area. But you know, Tobago apprenticeship people too, right? A lot of them just, I don't know how Tobago have so much of people even talking PNM. The Tobago that I grew up in, it was never a PNM place. Never. But you see necromancy, when people don't study the word of God and they don't pray, any kind of familiar spirit go bother their head.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we have to start to do more praying. That is why we praying more. That is why we praying against the familiar spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're dealing with the youth too, the young people. They're calling for the change. They're calling for the change. And even the old people staying straight and plain, they're tired with them. Time enough to give somebody else a chance to do something else in Tobago. They can't just sit down with one people all the time.
Mm-hmm. You know, Ava just said that, right? We had a young lady call here on Tuesday. What was her name again, Diana? Nikisha? Was it Nikisha? Diana?
Not Nakisha. I'm not sure.
I think it was like Lakeisha, like
Lakeisha, something like that. Yeah, or
Yeah,
Latoya.
she called from Palliative.
Something like that.
Check the chat and see if she did. Check the chat and see if she did.
No, I don't think she did. She's in Farley's constituency, right? 24 young lady. And you know, when you listen to what she's saying, it's interesting to hear a 24-year-old young lady talk about things that's going on in Tobago. And the perspective that she had was really a fantabulous perspective. And she's trying to say that, you know, the people are really fed up of you coming a month before election or 2 months before the election, you know, and trying to give them all this that, you know, kakada. You know, and she was saying that, you know, she's saying she was ill. And when she reached out for help, she didn't even get the assistance that she needed. And there were so many things. You know, it was kind of sad.
Hey, Ansem.
They come into my
You know, we just throw salt and crapo back home.
Salt. Well, no, not only that, boy. We suppose salt. I think we suppose salt in front of the door for Suknia. They say that a county grain.
No, but I know when they say when the crapo come in the yard, throw salt on him and he said take off.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
Ava,
we listening to you.
Yeah, Ava, give us a sense, you know, because when we see things happening in Tobago, give us a sense of what's happening on the ground. I mean, we know that you are a PDP, but give us a sense from your vantage point of, you know, I mean, I know this election, you won this election to, you know, for PDP to win, right? But give us a sense of things from your vantage point. What are you seeing in Tobago? What are you seeing in Tobago?
Your first step, you know, I want people to do it. I want to get out of the history. Yes, Solomon. What's the Solomon? Came to be become home, right? He already PSA president. He finds things and going in his little space that he grew up in properly come home with a bullhorn. And he said going up as an independent. Right? And well, we didn't, at that time, Tobago wasn't into this independent politics. The only person who went up as an independent and win was Deborah Mommy. So he tried and people see what's, you know, as a jokey thing that time because it had top on the ground still. Right? And then it had PNM. And then Watson go, he win back the deposit. He didn't win the election, he win back the deposit. And people start to talk to that boy. Good? Next thing you know, the HL election come up. And the young man went and he got 12 candidates. And the PNM had 12 seats there that they win everything before. Everything. And he went with his candidate. And they come up in Tobago, it's PDP, it's UNC, and UNC is PPP, and all kind of shopping. Bringing races up to try to divide. and the Watson win his seat, and Farley win his seat, and I will say Faith win his seat too, and the Rob his seat. But anyhow, that was the bit. We still get Farley, and we get Watson. They asked me how I think things started, how things. So from 12, they went to 10. Good?
Good.
Next election was the general election. And they pushed me, brother. And I'm telling all you, them people didn't win no election. I work in polling station, and I never see that things like that happen before. Before the vote finish counting, you call an election. Before half of the vote come in, you call the election for PNM. The same thing they did in China, the same thing they're doing to Tobago. We leave them with that. What was going on?
Listen carefully.
And they tell him, whoever advised him, he said, all right, he ain't going to go and ask them for no recount. Leave them with that. We had the PHA election earlier this year. Right? Watson and his 12 went again. And this time, they come out with 4 more added to the 2. That is how much? 6.
6, yeah.
He went in, the first time he went in with none. He take away 2 from them. The second time he go back again, he take away 4 more to add to 2. That is 6. Say, ask him what's going on the ground. You ready asking?
I love this lady. I love this lady.
I want to hear from you. I don't want that to straight. I want to hear from you. You tell the people, because you know we blow by here. You tell the people because you are there on the ground. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right.
So where we going off? We're going from 6 to where?
Well, boy, I come in like some of my people them 50. 50. The girl gone. The last time, Joel, I was down in Joel constituency there. And all the agents who were brought in the tally sheet and everything. When I watching them tally sheet, I only seen Joel on top. I said, God. Then all of a sudden, everything gone black. Everything freeze. No, right? We're looking for the last polling station to come in. We can't come in. Can't come in. Why the polling station can't come in now? Next thing you hear, Jacob win Joel by how much vote? We say, Lord of course. These people doesn't know to cook the book, and that's what they're trying to do in Tobago right now. Talking about they want to bring your electronic voting. We're not accepting that. No electronic voting in Tobago. They just sit down and count the ballot. And we know how much voters we have for this area as special voters, for the given list. And we will know how much people vote, who are our supporters and who are not our supporters. We will know. They can do what they want. This one is God's doing. This is not man's doing. God is the one turning over the whole thing. Farley will become chief secretary. Don't know. Farley Chavez Watson is going to become the chief secretary. And when they fix their business, what they say they want to call it what premier, he will be the first premier of Tobago. That Rowley and the paper what they have in Trinidad. And the paper that they what Tobago asked for in the negotiations, they put their own thing and they take out what they didn't want. So we're going and fix that too. Right now we're fixing everything. We're taking our time and fix it. So we're going after them for our autonomy. We shall fix it. They shall fix it. How Tobago wants. We don't really meddle with no politician in Trinidad.
Ava, I want to ask you a question, right? I want to ask you that in the politics in Trinidad and Tobago, right? A lot of times we are calling for change, but all we get is exchange, right? What do you think is going to be different in Tobago, after this election if the PDP should win? What do you think is going to be different? Because a lot of times in Trinidad, they call for, this one had to go, this one had to go. And when the next one come, right, the next one is either no better or worse or almost the same thing, right? What is going to be different in Tobago if the PDP wins?
Right. When the PDP wins, you say it, I say it. Right? One, I told you before, I know the child what Solomon do. I know I know the character he is. I know how he grow, and I know he's a man to his word. I know the child, Pali Chavez Agustin. We all have one thing in common. We are all Seventh-day Adventists. We grew up in the same church.
Pali is Seventh-day Adventist?
We are all Seventh-day Adventists.
No, the reason why I asked that because my wife is a Seventh-day Adventist. My almost everybody in my family is Seventh-day Adventist.
Yes. Pali is a Seventh-day Adventist.
All right.
That is why. And the trouble about it, these PNM people tried to get him to be a candidate for them in the election that he went up in, and he was the candidate. They wanted him. And he rejected them, and he went with Watson. So they hate him for that. Understand me? Pastor Bain, the man of God. I knew him before because all of we was in top and every other one we used to call with him. Whitey is a man of God. And apart from being men of God, these men are honest men. People that I know. You understand me? Some of the young ladies I may not know them because they were young, and them is young people. Probably all of them now come into politics. When we in politics long time, them is now come into politics people. Right? But from mixing with them through the few years that they were around, I know that they are honest children. Abby is a single mother, and Zorisha, oh boy, that's a little stuff. They talk about hard-working, dedicated young lady, and she was a teacher too. And because of the same foolishness, all of them had to just leave the work. Because they're dedicated to the students, they're doing their best to help them. Because Fali teach Franca, that same Franca girl. And Fali is the one, you speak to any teacher in the school, they just say, Franca have a right to do Fali when she's doing it, because when she was doing she nonsense in school and carrying on, he's the one always defending she. And she said, Fali, she daddy. And now she wants to do what is things and say Fali. So you can't do that. Well, we know for a fact that she ain't even studying, she ain't even studying them up there. Tobago is positive, sure. I know my boy Joel getting the seat. And even until Dennis and all, right now, he ain't looking good. Because there's another Adventist donkey. Yeah, there's another Adventist donkey. Sonny Craig is an Adventist too.
Sonny Craig is an Adventist too?
Wow. Yes, and the thing is not just being an Adventist, Some of these people are not even people. Because look at Nadine and Tracy. All of them are rough brainer. All of them. And Nadine house and Tracy house, Nadine house on top, Tracy house down below. So Nadine could take a stone and pelt it on top of Tracy for her house, where Tracy grew up. They that good. And they didn't used to walk the village of Rockford and speak to no one. How can you want to be a representative in an area and you don't talk to people? They don't speak to people.
You know, Ava, you just put in. Go ahead, Ava.
Yes, and I was saying, right, for people who have Tobago roots, you know that if you biggish, people don't want nothing to do with you. People doesn't want nothing to do with you. You can't want to come and tell me that after election, you know what used to happen to people who say, oh God, it's my family, let me get you a chance. But no, we ain't doing that again. Because we see, we get concentrated, all kind of chances. Number one, you went up, you didn't go up for Rockford. We in mind, you went up for Delaford and launched me the same thing that Pali in now. Next thing you know, you run and you're going down west. You're from down there? No. They're telling themselves they have safe, this and safe. That they are not safe now. They have nothing safe now. Too much spending.
No, as I was saying, Ava, you just raised that point there. Make me think about it. We have Sonny Craig on here. We had Fali. We had you. We had Pastor Baines. We had Watson Duke. We had Faith, right? And who else we had, Anna? Is that it?
Can't think of anyone. Yeah,
right.
Quite a few.
But what's similar amongst all those individuals is that I didn't know quite a few of them are Seventh-day Adventists. And I actually just learned that from you. So there was something about it. There was something about it allowed these people of Seventh-day Adventist faith to be all here on WZY 95.9 FM. I just thought about that. You know, so that was interesting. I just learned something right there. You know, that's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. You know, so Ava, what are you guys going to be doing? And what are you guys going to be doing in the next few days as far as campaigning is concerned?
Well, we have been campaigning every day. We went down to work with Abby. We were supposed to work again this area, but Mr. Duke had some emergency, so that's why he went out here. But we plan to walk house to house. You know, even though you have the people, you can't take them for granted. We ain't taking nothing for granted. Because those necromancers will do as much as they want to the last minute. So we ain't taking nothing for granted. So we plan to walk door to door. I don't know what will happen Sunday if they are going to have a motorcade, because the people of Tobago like the motorcade, So I don't know if they have a motorcade or what.
And yeah. And Ava, I want to say that the young lady who put you on to us, she have been working very diligently. I call it. I'm a family too. You know? You know, my family too. She's been working diligently to make all these things happen. Yeah, she's been hard at work, very, very hard at work. You know, she's been hard at work trying to make these things happen. You know, so and I want to thank, huh?
Yeah, when she told me that, I said, she asked me what time. I said, it's about 8 because we had to go out this evening. You see how all things has worked together for God? Because I was able to come on the 7 because she said 7 because you guys have something else to do after. Right? So
yeah, right. We had told her, she actually eventually told me 8, but it so happened that it worked out so well that you were able to come on at 7. so we could have a really
Yes.
fantastic discussion, and we learn quite a bit, and that's what it's about. And it's about us, learning new information, and actually people, in the chat learning new information as well. So I know. So you guys going out tonight, right? You guys going out tonight and campaign as well?
No, what they do, they go to Rovanel and they put trucks on the road in different villages. And according to who is the candidate supposed to speak for the night, they put trucks there most. We go on Facebook. Trucks stay out in the community because they bring up plenty police in Tobago too, right? They bring up about 200 police in Tobago. I don't know for what reason. Right? They only bring up boys. But we ain't really mad with that. We ain't afraid them. What we trying to do is to tell these young boys are wrong. Please don't do anything so that they will lock all up before election, please. Look at incident took place yesterday evening. This young boy saw this man. He didn't know he was a policeman choking a woman. And he find that shouldn't happen. So he went and he grabbed the man and he left it. He started. PNM take it. PDP supporter fight with policeman.
Yeah, I saw that. We saw that. I saw that. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
I have a life to make for them. Yes. PDP supporter fight with policeman for what? Violence for what? Because all the wife abusers across there, and all the time what he was doing was a good thing. You wait. I got tell you.
But yeah. Ava, how you doing? This is Gary Mahabir. You hearing me?
I'm fine. Yes.
Yeah. So what are the things on my agenda? Is after PDP wins the election is to help you guys from this end to promote whatever you have in Tobago, to help market Tobago so that you can grow the economy there. And we also feel confident in our brother Watson Duke and the candidates where they share the same concept of exporting and collaborating with us on the diaspora out here. So this is something that Trinidad has failed to do, and this is what caused you guys to suffer there economically. So we outside here, what I'm proposing is I'm proposing to drag the members of the diaspora into assisting the family back home by helping marketing whatever they have there in Tobago. And this is the idea I want to share with you, that you could take back this message to the family in Tobago on the ground. This is what we are thinking. This is what we want to do. We want to make all the effort to assist and promote Tobago outside of Tobago in the international diaspora.
Word. That's right.
All right.
When I come
so make sure you let them know that how they're going to succeed is by us collaborating with them, and we have Ambassador Diana here.
Yep.
All right. We have Ambassador Diana here that that will come to Tobago eventually. But I just wanted you to take that message back there to them, that we will help and work with you in growing your economy in whatever you're selling. Okay, and the tourism and everything, we will work on this end.
Long time I've been out on the nylon pool. Long time.
So we send in Ambassador Diana and Ansem has some roots there, so he has a reason to come there too.
I know. I come in to look for Sharky and have a dance with Sharky.
You come and look for Sharky for?
So please let the people of Tobago know. Let them know on the ground what we're thinking.
Yes.
I've shared this idea with the candidates before, and I want to share this with you, so that you can let them know how we're thinking out here.
Well,
yes. Sweet Tobago.
And do you guys know that they have a page that they made? They created a page. PDP.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so Ava, we want to say thank you so much for taking this thing on short notice. We really appreciate you coming in and giving us a little view on the ground there in Tobago, and also giving us some information that a lot of us didn't know about. And that's what we're about here in this program in the Village with the Dark Triplet, is trying to give people information, and to spread the information, and that we here in the diaspora, are willing to work with anyone who are willing to work with us. We really haven't got anyone as yet, any party as yet in Trinidad or Tobago to work with us. I don't know why, but that's stories for another day. So Ava, any closing words before you go?
So as I tell everybody, what we need right now is prayers to break down every stronghold. We don't want any stronghold to have its way in our space here in Tobago anymore. That is what that's the message. We need prayers.
So Eva, go ahead.
Continue praying for us. Tell your lovely wife to pray for her brethren.
So Eva, we want to thank you so very kindly. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Okay. I'll catch you on your next live.
Okay, my dear. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Okay. Take care.
I'm going to join the meeting now.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Take care. All right.
All right. Good night. Thank you for taking the time. And some top of the hour.
Yeah. There you go, folks. Wonderful that we had, that, and that's what it's about, getting people from underground to come on and talk in the village here with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.11. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back after this.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m.
I'm not seeing little Ron Horner.
That's 6 p.m. USA time, 7 p.m. TNT time.
Yeah.
Ron in the corner hiding.
Ron
in the corner hiding? No.
You play that song?
No.
Adam in the corner hiding. Hey,
oh Lord. Tommy.
Takesha was first in tonight at about 2 something, buddy.
Yay, Takesha.
Yeah, Takesha licked them up. And Ronnie Roberts thought he was in first at 3:30. No, Ronnie Roberts, he wasn't in first. The chat flies so fast that it have you up as being first at 3:13 p.m. But Takesha, she just nipped you. She beat you by quite a few meters. Right?
Oh, five cases of unicorn found in New York. Okay, good.
5 cases of unicorn?
Mm-hmm.
Fish sticks, welcome. So fish sticks said what? And me and my girlfriend got a ticket today for going 69 on the side at a 30 kph. That's kilometers per hour, right? Highway. So wait, if you're doing, what you was doing, 69 kph?
They were doing 69 on the side at a 30 miles per hour highway.
They was doing 69. But listen, if you outside doing 69, the police should arrest you.
You ain't catch it on the side of the road.
But I'm telling you, if you're doing 69 on the side of the road, people should arrest you.
Oh, God.
Of course I get it.
I ain't able with them, no?
Yeah, so if you're doing 69 on the side of the road, you should be arrested. Not just a ticket, they should arrest you, 2 fish sticks.
Lana said Bill Gates in Trinidad talking to your friend.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Lana, welcome.
He and Uncle Keith having a conversation.
What?
I hope it's to get free internet for everybody.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. Beatum is a
Okay.
safe zone. Secure
What's
to
a
smell the
safe
tutu
zone?
down there. Fistic say Beatum is a safe zone. Secure to smell the tutu down there.
Mm.
All right, Fistic. Rajvi, you inside, boy. Haile Selassie, hey, Haile.
Hello, Ulrich.
We had to bring Haile here to talk about. Haile was talking, we was talking about some forex thing, and we had to bring Haile in to talk about that, definitely. Ulrich
Well,
inside?
I see Gary Griffith going to be run for Prime Minister.
Run for
Said he's going to run for Prime Minister. He said it
boy.
so. In plain words. Yes. Yes.
Anyway,
Sure. I sent you the video.
We will get to him just now.
He's going to run. I wonder which party he's going to run with. Or is he going to form a new party?
Yeah, we will address that just now. But we are coming up at 8 p.m. anytime now. We have Rodney Pigott and Xavier. Do you remember Xavier from Tobago?
Cool, yeah.
Right, they will be on shortly, talking from Civilnet from Tobago. So Chris Watson, welcome. Troy Smith, welcome. Lana, welcome. Lana said Tobago going green on December the 6th. You mean
Tobago,
black?
That's right.
Lana, you mean black?
Green and
like
black.
my mistake, I just make the PNM with UNC and PDP.
Gary Griffith said if he let go text messages, they'll call a snap election. Ooh.
What? Look, Chris Watson say what? Answer him, that's why you be biting so? Biting out? What? Chris, what are you talking about? Dana, why does he biting?
I have no idea. I don't live in your house, so.
All right, okay. All right. I ain't asking nothing about no house, so no. I just ask you a question about the chat.
I don't know.
No, that's not my house.
You just bite in your house.
I ask you something about the chat. You come all the way in my house?
I don't live in your house. I don't know if
I don't know why you come in my house.
I don't know if you just bite the cushion, the chair. I don't know if you just bite.
So I understand this is something with biting now, right? Hello, Ulrich, on WZY 95.9 FM.
I'm not hearing all this.
Good night, Donna.
No, not Donna.
Hey!
Ulrich.
That ugly woman.
Diana. Ulrich, stop calling my wife's name, please. Don't call my... You will get me in trouble now, Ulrich. Ulrich, you call the in trouble?
I thought he was calling me Donna Cox.
Donna Cox.
Hey, Aslim.
Yeah.
Hey, forget. Aslim.
Yeah.
You see that lady you had on there just now? Oh God, I love that woman. She and the other lady just be calling.
Miss Craig.
Miss Craig. Yeah.
It's about a TV station calling these people old foul.
Yeah. Old layers.
Thing and how sensible old foul is to chart the course forward and help the young people to recognize nonsense from goodness. That lady from existed in Tobago. That lady make us feel proud. I love the old to talk about old folk. Right now, PNM, they're so desperate. They're going on in the gutter to pull out to see if they could win Tobago, but they ain't gonna get you. They won't get you. I hope Trinidad watching and paying attention because if they rock from under the foot here in Trinidad and have plenty of us kick it in. So I hope Trinidad watching and paying attention to the way it is going on in Tobago and follow suit. Because right now, no PNN here, nothing working. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. And plus, the democracy being taken away from you gradually. You see, I think we're going in this Savannah day. If people continue to be talking party politics and then pay attention on what it is going on in that, we went on in that Savannah day. Sad will be portion and time we went to late. And Slim Boy, thank God for this program. Because already opening a lot of people. I just said everybody about this program. A lot of people eyes already opening. And Miss Diana, oh God, I love you too bad. if I was Prime Minister, I'd make you give you the Commissioner of Police portfolio.
She would
fit that post perfectly.
She gonna be
your partner Gary coming out and talking now about text message.
Hey.
Let's go on all kind of things. So that means he holding secrets for people long time.
Listen. That go end up just like all the bluster, he just bluster and talk. That is it. He only talking, there's only one set of old talk. He should go in the rum shop and talk that talk. He don't talk.
I feel he needs psychiatric help.
He passed that stage, boy. You have to get a man about 5 sentences. 1 sentence and good, and 1 sentence can't hold you alone.
And I see Gary there now, he defended them so much again, like he back down. And Gary?
May I back down again, or they have a chance to talk, but watch out. Watch out and see what's going to happen. The man had an obligation as Commissioner of Police. The man had an obligation as Commissioner of Police. And he has to be a little diplomatic in some aspects of things. But let me tell you something. It's no hose bar now. Watch out.
She lifted my spirit tonight, boy. Her contribution was awesome. She lifted my spirit. We realize that we have hope. You know, it maybe started in Tobago, but it coming across the Trinidad eventually. So we have hope. So enjoying the show and good night to everybody. Tommy, I remember your name.
Tommy is in transit.
The mobile cut off already phone.
No, that was PNM.
Yeah, let's bring in the next guest, man. So we're gonna bring in our next 2 guests here and you know what we're gonna do? Let me do this. Let me try something here. So Xavier and Rodney Pigott out of Civilnet in Tobago. Welcome to Indie Village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. Of course, the Dark Triplets is no other than D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the Storm. I am Anselm. Anselm is considered to be the Flash of Wall Street. And then we have Gary. Gary is considered to be the Phantom. Welcome to Indie Village with the Dark Triplets. And I'm telling you guys that there was a young lady out at Tobago just before you guys by the name of Ava. And the people, she got rave reviews from the people about, you know, that's what her first time here in the village with the Dark Triplets. And you guys are no strangers to in the village. I know, Rodney, you been here before?
First time in the village there, bro.
Are you hearing me, Rodney?
First time in the village there. Can you hear me?
Oh, all right. First time. Well, Xavier been here before. Oh, all right. Xavier been here in the village before. So we want to welcome you guys here in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. So Xavier and Rodney, tell us a little bit about what Civilnet is all about.
Edward?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, goodness. Yeah, blessings, and
yeah,
blessings, D, blessings, everybody locked in. Civilnet is a registered NGO in this space, really actively working on increasing the level of participation in decision making in the Tobago space. Civil society groups as well as individuals who actively want to contribute, who want to have a voice in how Tobago develops and move forward, and, you know, organizing to do it in a way that, you know, it will have a real impact in this space and help move Tobago forward.
All right. How long has Civilnet been in existence now, Xavier?
Informally, about 2.5 to 3 years. It started just as, you know, a casual meeting of the minds, some of the elders in the Tobago space. At that time, I wasn't part of the organization yet. Elder Dumas, Rodwan, Mr. Dillon, Reginald Phillips, and I got an invite that was about 2 years ago, and we started formalizing about 2 years ago, and actively doing work in this space, including bringing in Comrade Ralph Gonzalez to do a lecture on reparations, various talks on education, and getting involved. The first time we actually got involved in political discourse in any meaningful way was the 2020 elections, and we've been continuing the work since then.
Now, Rodney, I got to Civilnet through you, right? And I really, you were the one that kind of, interested me in what you guys were doing at Civilnet, with all the different programs you guys had this past season here, with this election coming up on December 6th, and with us, actually streaming some of those events. So talk a little bit about your experience so far, with Civilnet, and the things that you guys have been doing.
All right, very good. Thanks for asking. As Xavier said, started off as an ad hoc gathering, living room type gathering in one of the elders' homes here on the island. And our focus was on all things Tobago. How can we as citizens make our space here, living space here, better, turn it up, as the young people would say. And of course, as Xavier said, out of that, we brought Prime Minister of St. Vincent here, Comrade Ralph Gonzalez, to speak on reparations. So our goal really has been to sort of look at those areas of people activity and get involved and stimulate civil society to become active, aware, conscious of their responsibility in those particular areas. We, of course, got busy with the election season. We had a back-to-back season here. We started with GET 2020, general election 2020. This is where folks were going up to be parliamentarians. And that was our first delve into the political landscape. And then coming out of that, sort of dovetailed into THA 2021 Part 1 in January of this year. And of course, as you know from that, the 6-6 tie resulted. We did a lot of awareness campaigns around that, try to contribute in terms of helping the parties, come to a decision, so to speak. We got involved with the autonomy bill, very active in the autonomy bill. So it's been one long political season. Now, mind you, we're not a political organization, and our emphasis and focus is not to remain focused on politics. As I mentioned, there's several areas of people activity, and we intend to get involved in each one of them. Politics is just one of them. But the nation, if you will, has been captured by the political scene since January of 2021. And we haven't come out of that yet. This election on December 6th, hopefully, will begin to bring us out of that malaise that we've been in. So Civilnet is community work. It's grassroots work. It's a work that I've been doing for a number of years in the Atlanta area there in the United States, working with various organizations and so forth, Pan-African organizations. And so community work, volunteer work, grassroots work, to me, that's where the real work begins. And so that's my passion and involvement here in the Civilnet organization.
Now, so Xavier and Rodney, right? One of the things that have came out from all the things that you guys did with respect to the December 6th election was that I saw you guys had a post and somebody asks the question is that how come the PNM didn't appear in any of the debates that you guys have? You know, I like you guys to address that.
Well, all the discussions we've had that involve political parties, we haven't excluded any parties at all. I mean, a big part of Civilnet on the whole is inclusivity. We all live on this island, and we all have to actively, we all have to actively continue to live here after election. So we invited the PNM to the discourse that we would have had last night, as well as in January. So it wasn't for the lack of reaching out. All other parties agreed to come on to the discussion. They did not. And, you know, that's that. We still carry on. The show goes on, as they say.
Right. And so the reason they gave, and so I'm just to piggyback on Xavier's comment there, the reason they gave, finally, it took a while, but they finally gave a reason for not accepting this invite to this chat with the chief held on last night. And the reason they gave was it conflicted with their schedule, with their campaigning schedule. Now, mind you, we have candidates that are literally running off of the campaign trail to participate because they too have their obligations. They too had schedule conflicts because they're currently in the heat of campaigning. This is like heat for them. And these leaders, you know, they are really all over the place. So wherever their candidates are in the different constituencies, the leader itself, they can't just plant themselves in one constituency for the duration. So they tend to float around. So they may visit 3, 4, 5 constituents per night, just to make sure that they help to bolster the the troops in that area, so to speak. So they were all in the same position. And of course, as Xavier said, 3 of the parties accepted the invite because, as they stated, recognized the importance of this type of dialogue to our space. And it's something that the people actually called for. And the people is who they're actually going to at this time to ask to vote for them. So they chose to respect our wishes. And so, you know, if one were to want to find out what motivated PNM to not respond, not only to this one, but to the prior ones and to all of the forums we held, because even this one, we had 3 different forums with candidates, and they were invited and they chose not to respond to that. So if someone wanted to know, if citizens wanted to know, if members of the party itself wanted to know why didn't our leaders respond to the civil society call to attend, the best thing I can tell them is you have to ask them. They're the ones that have the answers.
I have 2 questions, but before I get into it, Xavier, I want to apologize for not getting out to you. I had been offered this scholarship on poetry, and it's like 40 books this size I have to be reading. So I'm swamped, you know. So I can't get to you yet, but I still have you on my agenda. And Mr. Pigott, are you a poet? Are you the poet they talk about in Tobago?
I don't know if they talk about me, but
that's the Mr. Pigott, the poet.
I'm a spoken word artist, but
yeah, you know how long I've been trying to get a hold of you. Oh boy, thank you, Jehovah. Thank you, Anselm. Now I have a question. See how Jehovah brings us all together. Negative advertising. I see the PNM has indulged in that, and historically, in all my readings and research, they say it seemed to work. Yet they're saying that the PNM is buying up all the slots. Are they buying anything on your platform?
Well, no, not on Civilnet, and again on our platform, ours is not a paid platform.
Yeah.
Ours is it's an open platform. It's voluntary, and we actually set the stage, just as WZYE set the stage and invited us to this. We set the stage with the various forums, and we invite the parties to participate. So it's an opportunity for them to do a different aspect of campaigning. And again, they simply chose not to. But in respect to, and I'll let my colleague Xavier chime in, but in respect to the negative campaigning, one, I find it sickening personally. And what I am hearing from many others, particularly the youth, is that they're really sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
And I've often preached in my editorials at the ending that Anselm allows me to rant. The old heads, for lack of a better word, we are not going to be here, one day. And people like Xavier and DeJean Lewis and Keegan and certain people I can call, Rhea Wright, those young people I know, Antonio Clemente, Fish Sticks, the young people in the chat. They are going to take up the mantle and to go on with the country. And what blueprint are we leaving for these people to carry on the country? Or are we going to leave them the same corrupt system and misinformation and disinformation and divide it? So I actually like that we're reaching out to the young people, because they are the future. And you stop poisoning their head. And they're really, in this age of technology and all the different medias that are out there, they're very informed.
Yeah.
And they're very, very informed. What say you, Xavier?
Yeah, I agree. Prior to this time we live in now, the information that made it out to the general public was limited to press conferences and newspaper articles that would dictate a few elements of what was said in the House. One is only so much that you could put in a newspaper article. I'm still all for the traditional press as well. I love to read, but there's only so much you could put there. And there's a level of control there. There's also a level of control on traditional media channels, especially if those who own the stations have a particular interest. Social media is a free platform for the most part, except if you think about advertising. Well, it's not totally free, because the information is being sold as our data is being sold, but in terms of the material coming out, it's very much there. And I think the consciousness is in a different space. By that I mean literally the methods that worked in the past literally will not work now. They literally will not work. Nobody is being fooled by it. Nobody is even being excited by it. As Rodney said, his sentiments are the same sentiments of the youth. They are very unimpressed. I am very unimpressed. And it just doesn't work the way I guess it used to in the past. And, they have to change it. And that's what part of the work Civilnet is doing, maturing the political system. Not just because the few members want to see it that way, but because the actual society is clamoring for that growth in the space.
Do you think that the youth could be intimidated by the older members in their society, in their household, to vote a certain way and not be autonomous and vote the way they feel they want to vote?
At a point in time, very much so, to a great degree. People will get threats like getting kicked out of the house and all them kind of things. Them things is real situations that unfolded. Moreover, the opportunity for employment, people were limited to the ways they thought they could make money. People had a very limited view of the ways they think they could make money and succeed. So therefore, the level of reliance on governmental employment solely which, you know, your granny or your auntie or your mommy telling you, make sure and go to your work, used to work, right? But I think one of the things that has happened is that the economy and opportunities for people to earn income has shifted so much. Opportunities online, as well as pivoting from out of the pandemic situation where now people had to find opportunities to make money, doubled with the fact that governmental employment had actually hit a state of saturation. So it had hit that point, and what happened was there were a lot of young people who were unemployed. So therefore, there's actually a large portion of young people who don't feel threatened because they aren't actually employed by the government organization. So the threat still exists, but it's to a lesser degree, doubled with access to information and the ability to really evaluate who the personalities are that are presenting themselves. That isn't just limited to, as I say, a newspaper or a press conference. They're seeing them on live streams. They're seeing their posts on Facebook. So you're really getting to see who they are. So even in the midst of the fear, there's a knowing of to a greater degree of the type of personalities that are presenting themselves that the human spirit wouldn't allow us to ignore.
And I think what's also important, if I may piggyback on Xavier there, what's also important is that in every space, the youth of your civilization, they need access to opportunities, right? So if there's no access to opportunities there for them, then what tends to happen is the innovative spirit of the youth then tends to wither, because the innovative spirit needs something to innovate. It needs room to move out, if you will. And if the opportunities are not there, then it is in that environment where there are limited opportunities. And this is a tried and true tactic that was done to particularly Black men in inner cities where jobs were limited. And so they were then corralled and steered towards going into the armed forces on the front line to become fodder for the enemy and so forth. And those that didn't would then turn to drugs. So when you limit opportunities, you then are able to control how people respond to their stimuli, their environment. And so in an environment where young people don't have opportunities and access to opportunities, then those individuals that control the opportunities, which in this case may be the older heads, those the status quo, those that have things a certain way and they want to keep things a certain way, they will then use those opportunities to piecemeal and induct youth into their program to simply parrot what they are putting into them. And it doesn't allow the youth to innovate, because I'm giving you this opportunity not for you to build on it, but for you to just carry it the way I give it to you. And if you don't, I'll take it away and give it to someone else. So in that kind of environment, that is where you'll see that is where you see things not changing as rapidly as they should, or even changing to the degree where you could say, I see change, and change is definitely happening in this particular space. It is because of limited opportunity, and then those that are in control of the opportunity, the spigot, if you will, only turn it on for certain individuals, those that will come in and toe the party line or carry the water bucket for the party, as opposed to being free to run and just carry the nation forward into limitless spaces.
I want to see, because whenever I visit Tobago, I get involved. I do a lot of things in Roxborough. I go all over the island. Tobago has so much potential for development, and it's pristine, appearance and like that, and it's so peaceful, and Thank God the crime rate is not as bad as the neighbor next door. So I often tell people about Tobago. Let's go to Tobago. Let's go to Tobago. It's so when you get there, you feel a sense of you just want to relax. And I don't ever want to get there and feel like who's trying to snatch my bag. Well, I don't want to. If I ever feel that, then I know the ambiance has changed, and I want to put on the TV and just how I see, Jamaica being advertised. I want to see Tobago being advertised, Trinidad and Tobago, preferably Tobago. I want to see an ad for Tobago. But I don't see nobody, I don't see anything. It's always word of mouth or somehow you skim through somewhere, maybe. You don't ever see it advertised, and it's so much there. So much there.
Yeah. I think one of the issues also is that, and I think Xavier kind of chuckled on this earlier when we were speaking on TTT, when he was speaking of Tobago's culture, and then he kind of chuckled and changed his mind, because in all reality, the culture of Tobago has not yet been fully realized and exposed. And again, that is because of limited opportunities for your youth to really innovate and expand. The focus of tourism has always been on bringing people into a space, and then when you bring them into the space, then you kind of prepare the space for them, much like back in the day when we used to have a plastic cover on the chairs, and you only bring out the fine china for company, and all year long the fine china just sitting there, collecting dust, whatever. And when company coming over, bring out the fine china. And so it's that same type of approach to tourism that I see has been practiced here, where tourism begins at home has not been practiced, where let's do things for ourselves. Let's put things in place so that every weekend, you can go to this certain spot and there's drumming going on. There's African dance or whatever. There's capoeira going on the beach and so forth. But this is what we're doing for us. We're not doing it as monkeys in a cage performing for nobody coming over. This is people just living their life, so that when tourists are coming into a space that is already alive and active. You go to places like Cuba and even Jamaica, they have a lifestyle, they have a culture that if no tourists come, that's how they live in. When tourists come, that's how they live in. And tourists come and enjoy how they live in, because tourists travel not to go to another place to meet what they left. At home, they're going to see something different, something exotic, something, that say, wow, that was a good experience I had. Let me go back home now to my drudgery space, save up some money and look to go, come back here again, and so forth and so forth. But when they come here and we're offering them, the same old packaged, and they could tell it's packaged. They could tell every day there isn't a wedding every day. There's no old time wedding every day. They could tell every day is not this kind of thing going on. And tourists are not stupid. So that type of approach to tourism, as I said, needs to really be adopted, where, again, it's the youth that is going to really innovate on these things. And if they're not allowed to get involved in the tourism business and really innovate and say, well, let's do this, let's do that, put this here, put that there, this is what's going to work. You're not hearing from them, you ain't going nowhere.
That's right. All right. Any questions? Anybody else? Gary? Anselm?
Seems like the fellas went to sleep there, or what? I don't know. Xavier, look at we put them to sleep, or what, boy?
Anselm, okay, well, I'll continue. He seems to be frozen. Anselm, are you there? I don't think he's hearing me.
Okay.
Gary, can you hear me? Okay, something at the PNM is hijacking the internet.
Yeah,
they usually do that.
Flash and who else? Flash and who else was that?
Flash and the Phantom, and I'm considered the Storm. Yeah, he's
Okay, so
frozen because he's been in
storm
one
raining right
position.
now.
He's been in one position too long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Okay,
been.
that's
I'm
good.
called the storm because I tend to when you mash the children's corn, the women corn, the old people corn, animal
Yeah.
corn. I get I fight back. So
Okay.
I've
Okay.
been known to call. I've been called I'm called the storm. I'm also an award-winning author, poet, motivation speaker, and Brother B was trying to put me in touch with you, Mr. Pigott.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I want a lot of spoken word artists, spoken artists
Okay.
word. Yeah. So yeah, we gotta hit it
What
off in
part of the
Tobago.
states are you operating out of? What part of the
Connecticut,
states are you in? Connecticut?
Connecticut. Yes, Connecticut.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
Xavier,
mhm.
you could share my contact info with Mr. Pigott.
All right.
Yeah, and
So
Slim's coming back in.
were you active during the Renaissance, the spoken word Renaissance back in the 90s? Were you active then, or you just
No.
kind of just
I,
came on the
I
scene not too long ago?
No. I always used to write. I would observe, and I had chronicle in notebooks and stuff. And then
Mm.
one day I decided I'll take a chance and perform one because of my
Okay.
accent. I thought people wouldn't understand what I say, and then I wasn't. I do lyrical and haikus and prose and
Okay.
narrative and all those and enjambments and stuff. So I said they ain't gonna like me, and I said let me go in this place, and I went in and I did my open mic slam, and I came in second with
Yeah.
one, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
yay!
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
that gave me the courage to continue.
Uh-huh. Well, good. Good. That's good. Great.
Ansel, you back? You're muted. You're muted. We're not hearing you. Not hearing you. Not hearing. He'll fix it in a minute.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, say some 1, 2, they're not hearing. Yeah, that happens from time to time. That's the PNM bug, I call it. People's National Movement bug. Yes.
Technology, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Say
So this is
something.
where we.
You guys seeing me? Let me see.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yes. Now, yes, we're
You
hearing
hear
you
me
now.
now?
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right. What happened is that I got out. Somehow, when people from Tobago come in, Diana and
PNM
Gary
does
they
it.
say,
Yep.
I feel weird. Let's do some kind of thing to the
Yep.
system in distance. The mobile send
Yep.
a FedEx via TT post. And something
For
that
some reason.
yeah, but Rodney, I learned something about you
Yeah.
tonight. I didn't know you was a big time poet, man.
Yes.
Gosh.
No, but you're talking
And
to you all the time, and you're big. I already know Xavier, but I know
Uh-huh.
look, Diana exposed you a little bit, right?
yeah, because Brother B, he was on Brother B's show, and he was for Brother B. I reached the Brother B, gave him my information, but he didn't get a hold of me because he thought I was a small fry. But that's okay.
No, but no.
Brother B never gave me no information. Brother B is
Brother
That's
B,
giving it to
okay.
you.
That's
He
okay.
gonna
There
do
you
it.
go. There you go.
Brother B will tell you. Brother B will tell you to your
yeah,
face. He gonna do something and then not do it.
Yeah,
But
no.
my
Rodney,
history
I don't.
goes back. My history goes back to the Renaissance, actually, of the word back in the 90s,
okay.
out of the Atlanta area, where we used to have this one open mic, in the entire Atlanta area,
Okay.
and it was a very unique setup where we'd meet every Wednesday, and after every two poets you'll have a critique session, and so it was class / performance, right? So people were there to critique your performance, ask you questions about what you wrote, because it's one thing to rhyme and it's one thing to rhyme truthfully. So sometimes you might have something in there and somebody will pull at that string and go, yeah, but is that the truth? Or it sounds good. And so it was that kind of forum. So that's where I kind of stepped in, even though I was writing prior to that. I had never kind of performed before, and so I went into that in that expression through that door, right? Very unique. And then the Love Jones movie happened.
Oh.
If you all remember the Love Jones movie.
Yep.
And when the Love Jones movie happened, there was also another location that opened up at the same time also, it's a year or two after that. But after the Love Jones movie hit, that very next session, we were at the Rio Mall at that time, and next door to the poetry club there was, well, it wasn't really a poetry club, it was a cafe, Patty Hut Cafe, right? This brother was from, I think it was from Trinidad and Tobago, or Jamaica, I think it was from, and he had a little Patty Hut Cafe there. And next door to that was Chris Rock's comedy club. And every Wednesday when we were there, we would see this long line, usually of women just passing by us, going into Chris Tucker's comedy club. And there would be like maybe 6, 7 of us inside the poetry, scene there, inside that cafe, just, chiming back and forth with each other. After that Love Jones movie hit, that very next Wednesday, that long line came in. Most of them were wearing black. Most of them were women. So we used to also have a band playing, right? Because some of us like to, myself, for instance, I had moved on to where I like to have music in the background and so forth and so forth. And when that crowd came in, they came in because they saw the Love Jones movie. And they wanted to come in and see what they're doing up in there. Love Jones poets came out also. People came out with the Love Jones poetry. And so that's how the Renaissance actually took off, because when they came out particularly to hear a lot of the, the oozy smoozy stuff, but they really got hit with a lot of consciousness raising lyrics. We crossed our fingers and ask ourselves, will they come back? They came back, and it was off from there. Poetry, the spoken word took off from there.
Yeah. I've been compared to people like Amiri Baraka. I have a militant side to me and a soft side.
That's a serious comparison then.
Yeah, when I get ready, Yeah. But sometimes I could go and I could play around with words. But since you're in my company, I want to give you a small piece of, and I just want to see your feedback on this. It's a short piece. I usually have more, and I want you to figure out what you think I'm talking about.
All right.
Okay. Long, lean, and smooth, I yearn for a moment together so much. Your fluids are ignited by my touch. You possess this ability to capture my every thought that begins in my imagination, so that I may record them for the present and future generations. Black as coal is the fluid that flows from your singular orifice. As I hold you snugly with a closed fist, I'm holding you today. Tomorrow to hold you again I just may. Unless I have misplaced you, I will continue to hold you. That is so easy to do. Your perpetual erect state, purposely designed ergonomically for you to deposit your fluids on my blank slate. Whenever we are in close proximity, one touch and together we create magic. We embark on a journey filled with ecstasy to a climatic end. On you, I can always depend to help me convey my inner thoughts in a lyrical way. I pray of your fluids you never run dry. Then a new you I will have to buy. Until then, with joy, my body will reverberate as you continue to deposit your fluids on my blank slate.
Wow. A woman and her pen, huh?
Oh, yes, he figured it out.
What a nice match right there. What a nice match. A woman and her pen.
Rodney a good boy. Rodney is our boss.
Everybody Everybody
And I
thought
can,
it was something else. Everybody
well,
called.
it was actually meant to sound like something else, right? And it did. It did.
It did. So
It
is
No,
did.
it? Did I do a good job at
An
presenting double
excellent
entendre?
job. Excellent job. Excellent
Thank
job.
you. Thank you.
but,
What I
but
did, I was challenged to think of my crush celebrity, and the last thing I touched for the day, my crush celebrity is Dennis Haysbert, and I had the
Mm.
black ballpoint pen in my hand, and this professor challenged me to marry the two of them and come up with a piece.
And you
So
did
that,
that excellently. You did that excellently.
thank you,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah. Great job. Xavier, did you get that?
Rodney, a good boy.
Did
that
you
what
get
I'm
it,
saying,
Xavier?
man.
You got
Rodney,
it?
Xavier,
Yeah.
did
Were
you
you
get
in
it?
there?
Rodney. I wasn't there. Nah, you quick on the draw. You're faster than me in that
Wow,
contest.
you wasn't there yet? Oh
Nah,
my.
I didn't get that either,
'Cause
man.
usually Xavier would be spot on that right there. I don't know how I got
Yeah.
the jump on him on that one.
You get the
Uh,
jump on me there. I think she presented it so well that
Ah.
it take me further. You know, I drift out
Ah,
into the stratosphere there. You know?
yeah,
All right, so you
yeah.
got to put some
Presented too.
you got to put some music to that for me, Xavier, and
Yeah,
take the women out their mind. You
Yeah.
know?
not just well written, well presented
Yeah.
too. So
Thank you, thank you.
Perhaps what you guys can set up sometime in the future,
We
certainly not
plan
tonight,
to. We
sometime
spoke
in the
about it, but it's
future.
just I'm so busy with these 40
Yeah,
books that I have to read, and look, the tick so you know, it's how thick this one is.
yeah,
434 pages, all of them.
mm,
yeah. What I was going to suggest is set up like a
A
night
Zoom.
show where you have like a reading
yeah.
Yeah.
and just have
Oh,
some reading, some deliveries, and so forth and so forth.
okay. All right,
No,
cool,
that's
cool,
a great idea. That's a great idea.
Yeah,
But
cool.
yeah. In the future.
yeah, Rodney and Xavier, just before the internet went red, um,
Mm.
no pun intended. Oh God, yeah. So Rodney and Xavier, you know,
Yeah.
when you guys talked about the invitation, right, and people not coming, right? We here at WZY 95.9 FM, we invite all peoples from Trinidad. We don't care where you belong to. We don't care where you're from, what party you belong to. We invite everybody. And the same things you guys face is what we have faced here at WZY 95.9 FM. We have never had an official person. Let me rephrase that. We have never had a person in the cabinet of the PNM that we have invited to come on our radio program.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I invited Joel Jack.
He came.
Nope.
That's how I say.
They give me a run around. That's
But
a
that's what
run
I'm
around.
saying.
That's a run around. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. We have invited people to come,
They never come. Yep.
and for some reason or the other, they have not showed up, right? And in this program here, I'm saying now, it's supposed to be a PNM supporter. I'm saying that now. It's supposed to be. And you will think, since I am the supposed PNM supporter, and I've done many things for them, that they would have shown some sort of courtesy and show up, but not one of them. They didn't send a 1/8 of a person to come. So what you guys are facing there in Tobago is something similar that we face here at WZY 95.9 FM. But
and also too, not to cross, we got invited to one press conference. Remember the Minister of Finance.
oh yeah.
You didn't get invited to none else. I guess my
Then
questions
then
were
they
too
kick you
hard
out
for
after
Mr.
that.
Imsberg.
Yeah, we get
Yeah.
invited to one conference as a radio station, and we are a radio station. We are 95.9 FM. We are fully FCC licensed radio station. You know, so
License. Yeah.
we're licensed. So it's not like, we here in the United States, we have a lot of underground radio stations. But this is one radio station that carry Caribbean programs, especially Trinidad programs, where we are fully licensed.
Yeah.
And it was sad to me that they didn't appreciate a little black boy, and this is what I'm calling myself now, a little black boy from Chumaka, Clavantil, was able to come to this country at 18 years of age and start from in the sub-basement, and was able to start a non-profit organization, was able to acquire a FCC license in this country that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of who it is, will appreciate that person and involve that person back in his constituency of Chumaka Clavantil in Trinidad and Tobago, even though I do things on my own, you know, and that is what was somewhat disappointing to me, you know, as a person who is a born Trinidadian. But you know, I'm not going to stop, and that's
and
just
you know,
gaining
that FCC license is no small feat. You know.
Nope.
That is not a small feat to accomplish.
Yeah.
That is 10 times more complicated than getting a bar license. You know, some have to jump through a lot of hoops to get a bar license. You know, getting an FCC license, partner. You know, where you have now the ability to tap into the airwaves and send messages. That is a closely guarded gate, my friend. The West is not just letting anybody in on that. You understand? Not just anybody getting in on that. But if you got one,
and you know what too?
Just as Barbados reached out and said to Rihanna, "We're gonna make you a hero." These are the types of things that show the difference, you know, in leadership. You know, this is what shows the difference in leadership.
Look, Mr. Pigott, I am Trini, but my parents are Bajan, so I'm a Trini Bajan, right? An organization in London noticed me on social media and my poetry and stuff and invited me up there to perform. And, you know, I performed, but twice I won Best Spoken Word Artist on the magazine up there and Best Public Speaker. And they gave me a title as a global ambassador to represent them wherever they have to turn the sword or whatever they have to do, wherever, you know, things I do. You think Trinidad recognizes me? I'm an award-winning poet and author. I'm trying to get my book turned into a play. I'm collaborating with someone to write the play for me, you know, and stuff like that. It tells my story of one West Indian girl, per ardua ad astra. It's the motto from my high school, St. Augustine Girls High School. So, you know, it's something. It tells a story of difficulty and which a lot of youth in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, you know, they live with and they emerge from. And I want to show them, hey, you don't have to choose when you come to that fork in the road. You don't have to go veer left. You can, you know, you can keep on the path, stick to your dreams and achieve success, you know. And you think anybody would help me? You know, I think they would recognize me and put me in front of the children. I got an opportunity one time to speak at Napa and address the youth symposium. But because I took the stands with Anselm and Gary to stand up for stranded citizens when the borders were closed, they're going to broad brush me and they're going to put me in, you know, that bucket. Oh, she's a trouble. Well, he did call us troublemakers and mischief makers and rebel rousers. Right? And I said, okay, Jesus was an unarmed black man and he was a rebel rouser too and a troublemaker. So I in good company.
Okay, all right.
You know, Rodney, you talk about Rihanna and Rodney and Xavier. You talk about Rihanna in Barbados, right? It's interesting, right? Nicki Minaj is a Trinbagonian, right? You may not like Nicki Minaj rap song and she just do whatever she do and whatever it is, but Nicki Minaj is a Trinbagonian that have 20 million followers on Twitter, right? With one stroke of a finger, Nicki Minaj can reach 10 million people, right? At dropping off 50%, 10 million people. And we in Trinidad and Tobago, right? And I'm saying Trinidad because since I'm saying Trinidad and Tobago, since it's Trinidad, we don't understand how important a person like Nicki Minaj is to our country, right? We rather for this little thing happen with the vaccine and whatever she say about the vaccine, boy, the cost Nicki Minaj left, right, and center, up and down. While Barbados is looking at Rihanna from a different perspective.
What about Michael Jordan when he with his the rum? Was it him with the rum or was it him, the Tobago lad?
Yeah.
Okay, with the rum. They give a lot of negative connotation. There's another lady, Lorraine Toussaint. She's a Trinbagonian actress. We had, we have quite a few people. You go and dig into them. They're Trinbagonian. They're not trying to recognize us and put us in front of the world. And whenever I give a speech, I always inference where I was born and try and paint a good picture of it. Always inference it. I was the lovely land of my birth. You think they care? They don't care. They don't care.
I don't know if they don't care, but stick a pin right there. Xavier and Rodney, we got to go for a quick station identification. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the dark triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Of course, we have with us, straight out of Tobago, Xavier Edwardz. And Xavier Edwardz is a first-class entertainer, and he look like he just look cool and humble. And I just learned tonight that Rodney Pigott is a big time, a huge poet boy. The man large in the dance boy. He large. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. Send the village to the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We'll be right back after this short station identification. Stay with us. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. So Xavier, what are some of the things that Civilnet will be doing in the future? What are some of the things that you guys have scheduled? And I want to say to you and Rodney, we have to do some sort of combination activity sometime in the future where we could have a program, 3-4 hours where we do some stuff, but only things from Tobago, strictly things out of Tobago. And we really want to organize that, because I think Xavier is already Xavier is an entertainer, not alone Rodney, like you are a big time poet. We could do something, and highlight the youths of Tobago with some type of different activities, right? So yeah, Xavier, what type of things is Civilnet looking forward to put on in the future?
Well, we're looking forward to, as Rodney saying, streaming out of this active, intense political environment that has been in this space for the last year, which is very strange for the space to be in a politically so intense environment, electioneering for the last year, and segue into the real work we want to do, the groundwork we want to do. And one of the things we want to start with is education. We're going to do an education forum where we're going to address some of the challenges, and it's going to be over a period of a month. The way we want to execute the program throughout the year is we're going to dedicate a period of time to each of the areas of people activity in this space, and we're starting with education. I got to mention collaboration because I think that's really important in our space, getting involved in each other's projects instead of working in silos and getting that collective input, so that the profile is raised, the more minds at work to manifest it in a better way, and the reach is expanded. So education, agriculture, cultural arts and performing arts, science and technology, obviously the health issues in our space which extend way beyond COVID. We're talking about eating habits, we're talking about mental health. These are important things to address, and that is the kind of work we really want to do and will be doing at the close of this season, starting with education and then rolling into every other area of people activity that is important to this space. So I'm looking forward to those collaborations.
Before you say something, Rodney, Xavier, that's very interesting, because we here at WZY 95.9 FM, we are not, our program is not PNM UNC, right? I believe that there is more than that in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me give the people a quick example, right? It just happened in Trinidad that Ava McCall bought out Coal Fire Insurance. Coal Fire Insurance was a company that was owned by CL Financial, the last black conglomerate in Trinidad and Tobago. And McCall recently bought Coal Fire out. So that's another big industry in Trinidad that's going to people that don't look like us, right? But yet we have people fighting each other for anyway. Let me leave it right there, right? That is hundreds of millions of dollars, right? That's being done in transactions, and we don't get it, right? We just don't get it, you know. So go ahead, Rodney. You want to say something, Xavier?
Yeah, that's the direction things are going in. That's a predefined script, and unless the people organize, and bring themselves into awareness of their space and take control of that space, because the people are more than the 1% that is actually controlling things and running things. The people are more. The people have to realize their power and organize themselves. A group here in Tobago that I'm the former president of, Xavier is now the president of, is the Tobago Writers Guild, one of the supporters of Tobago Civilnet. But you know, they're about the literary arts, bringing about the literary arts in Tobago, accenting it, putting it on the stage, opening it up for people. And there's a lot of programs that are run out of that guild. One of them is First Mic, which is an open mic for children, Diana, between the age of 7 and 14. And the twister to it is that it is hosted by someone between the age of 7 and 14. And I know that the COVID hit, they're now online, and I've been doing online forums. And Xavier will tell you that it is now expanded into the Caribbean. And so perhaps that's a place where WZYE can get involved in that if you want to restream, restream what has been streamed. I think it's like first Thursdays. As a matter of fact,
today was a session as well. Today we just came off a session today.
I spoke to Anselm about actually hosting one day in the week, having poets call in and perform pieces. I spoke to Anselm about a program in the new year.
So I'm glad. First Mic, right? And it really, really puts me in awe every single time.
We also have another open mic for teens and above called The Next Chapter. And you know, we were, of course, everything was open mic, physical, and then of course the COVID upended everything. So perhaps, Diana, that forum that you're calling for once a month, you know, people could call in from all over the Caribbean and share their work. Xavier again would probably be interested in seeing about partnering on that venture. It could be a joint venture.
Jehovah at work tonight, Anselm. Jehovah at work tonight.
WZYE presents, you know,
Diana,
forum and so forth.
You know, let me tell you this. You know, this originated, right? I was saying, I'm a bed this morning, and somehow the Now Morning program come up on my phone, and I see Rodney and Xavier doing an interview. Right? I said, "Oh wait, now I know them two fellas." I said, "I'm gonna call them fellas right now." I pick up my phone, ask Rodney. I call him this. Yeah, I called him this morning. I said, "Well, I see all of me. I ain't waste no time." You understand?
Right.
Because I know.
Yeah, you did. You called us right away.
Right? Yeah, three-way call.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a three-way call with them and put them on the phone. I said, "Boy, you know, I know it's that kind of thing. Well, I come on the program. You know what I mean?" And that was it. So, divine intervention. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So we will continue our work. We'll continue.
Yeah, and I'm so happy Rodney and Xavier, and you know, these things are really divine intervention, boy, because we had Xavier, and as a matter of fact, right, I was talking to Xavier, and I didn't know Xavier was the Xavier who was on the program before. When Rodney introduced me to Xavier.
Honestly, I have to take a call. I think the Abdullah is calling me, right?
Okay, no problem. Yeah. So, Rodney, right?
Yeah.
No, Diana had reached out to Xavier, and Xavier was on the program as an artist.
Yeah.
And then when I reached out to you, you tell me, well, look, when we was doing the streaming the program, I said, look, you had to talk to this guy. And I talking to Xavier, every time I talking to Xavier. And then I went into my phone and I see it now, boy. I talked to this fella before. That's what I know was that Xavier was the entertainer Xavier. So you know what? I mean, I don't know what else to say, man. This was really a divine intervention.
It was great. It was a great evening here with you guys. Love coming in and just chopping it up. The things you put on the table, feel free to, collab on those. I think Diana is definitely onto something there with the spoken word. Give the children, expand the platform for the children. When it's their time, I believe in investing in the children. All right.
Correct.
And we have some dynamic children all over. I left some dynamic children, not mine. I have some dynamic children in Atlanta. When I say dynamic, I mean dynamic children in Atlanta. And I come here to Tobago, and there are dynamic children right here in Tobago. Right? So, children before they get, kind of pulled away from their purpose. So people are literally born on their purpose, and they get pulled away from it, and then they refine it somewhere down the road. In some cases, some people don't. When children are born, if you just sit back and look at them and listen to them, you'll see that they're on task, they're on purpose. They're really just being, and so forth. So I like to interact with them at that age and expand the stage for them to really just be and just stretch their wings as far as they can stretch it. So if it's something, Diana, that you guys are interested in, the next chapter.
I'm interested. I spoke to Anselm about doing it.
No, we actually
about doing it in the new year.
No, because Diana had mentioned it before, and Frederick Douglass says it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men.
Yeah,
so you're 100%.
True. We'll definitely reach out to Xavier, and you.
I have Xavier's digits, so Xavier could share my digits.
Yeah, our marketing director, I'm sure will she's like a gem, really. She's a jewel. That's the name.
She's a jewel, yes. Correct.
She's definitely a gem there. And others, Hannah and so forth. And let's get something going from that aspect where we really expand and bring Tobago more into the Caribbean space, and the Caribbean space more into Tobago. Just kind of expand that portal, right?
Yep, definitely.
And listen,
this has definitely been good. You guys have any more questions? Xavier, you have any other points you want to put forward, or?
No, just what Anselm was going to say there, and then go ahead.
And Tobago is very important to me as well, because my father is a Tobagonian and he lives in Rockport, Tobago. And I was about to say that. My father lives in Rockport. As a matter of fact, the young lady who was here earlier, right? I told her my father name is Shaki and live in Roxborough. She lives in Roxborough too, and she know my father very well. And I don't know if she know my father had a big son like me, but when you have a name like Shaki, how things go.
I is a Tobagonian. I tick like a butterball, right? So
small world.
Small world. Yes. So guys, before you go, any closing words, Xavier?
Just thanks for reaching out. We always are grateful to the opportunities to connect and to expand that connection. I think Diana and Rodney, one, I really appreciated Diana's piece, and I think the ideas that came out of you all discovering that Rodney is a master poet could lead to some greater expansion, especially with the children who.
Are you a playwright by any chance, Rodney?
No, I've never written a play.
I should challenge you on that. Yeah, let you write my play then, because you're the Caribbean man. You understand. Somebody want to write it, but they write it as though I grew up in the States and I didn't. No.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to those collaborations. We'll be in touch, Diana.
Okay. Share my digits with Mr. Rodney. Cool.
Yeah.
And Rodney, any closing words before you go?
Organize, organize, organize.
That's right.
All right, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank
you.
you.
Night, all
right. Peace and blessings.
Bye-bye.
Small world and slim.
I'm telling you, boy, you think it's easy, right?
You know how long I trying to get a hold of this Pigott fella?
Boy, listen. And you know, me and he be conversing almost once or twice a week, you know.
You see? A long time my brother B tell me I need to link up with him.
Yeah, we've been conversing once or twice a week, man. Like Gary in the kitchen, hiding.
Oh my God.
Hiding.
Mr. Brother Abdullah is in the background. He ain't hiding.
Nah, he ain't there yet.
Oh. Brother Abdullah, if you're listening, please log on and let Ansem stop singing.
All right, let me see what some of them guys saying. Hey, Richard Ramroop, welcome, boy. Nadia, how you doing? Nadia used to send some
Wait, I thought you used to call her Nadia. Well, why are you calling? She's so rough now.
But you wait for me to finish what I was going to say. You wait. I used to go and say Nadia used to say nice things to me, boy. But like the last few shows, she stopped, boy. I feel somebody stop changing fingers, boy. Somebody taps your fingers.
Yeah, she husband.
Nah, I didn't say nothing. I just say somebody taps your fingers. I ain't call you. How you know she have a husband?
Oh, Lana, the Dwen Libert collecting what? What the Dwen collecting? Oh Lord, all their names of people. What? Oh, what? Ian Arlene. Oh Lord, the whole population is so vexed with Ian Arlene. Why didn't say Ian Arlene was hiding too?
Ian Allen in the bedroom, hiding. Ian in the bedroom, hiding from me. Ian in the bedroom, hiding.
You're wicked.
Oh God! All a wicked boy. Let me see. Daniel, look your friend Richard move back, you know.
Yeah, I see him. He gone to plant cassava now.
Hey, look, Nadia, boy. Oh, Nadia. Thank you so much, Nadia. It's a pleasure. Yeah, boy. Nadia going back to herself now.
That's not working, Ansem. That's some shit.
Ali Selassie, boy. Where's that? Oh, God. Rose, you're inside. Let me see
Somebody said Bill Gates was in Trinidad talking to
Rowley.
Bill
Gates was no Trinidad.
That what Lana say?
No, Bill Gates. Look, Carice, how you doing?
Lana, Carice. Why you misinforming Miguel?
What? Even so Rowley won't put any minister. He need to call on action for the area to get MP to continue. I don't know what Fishstick's talking about. Fishstick's talking to Richard Ramrup. He said, Richard, yes, he win. So Rowley can put any minister. He need to call an election for that area to get an MP to continue. Fishstick, what are you talking about?
Lana said dead people pension check still changing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Trinidad is not a real place.
Lana, let's come. Hey, but we had to go before the thing done. We had to get.
Marcia said that Bill Gates was in Trinidad.
Oh, that's what I'm telling you. Hey, before the show finished tonight, we had to talk about Vicky in the savannah, hiding. We had to talk about that.
His brother Abdullah Baxter tired of you. You can't
not
sing.
That. We had to talk about that. That's why we had the problems we have in Trinidad. Our guy to come back. Gary, where Gary gone? Gary come out the kitchen.
You can't sing. Shush.
Gary's still in the kitchen hiding. I don't know where you come up with. I gotta play that song again by
God.
by Chalk Best. Let me see. I don't know that them kind.
She said the public was shielding her.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
We could deal with that just now.
I wasn't there.
Albert Montano, and you know, it are some people on social media that didn't see the video, right? But defending what happened. They didn't see the video, but they defending what happened. Where is that fella? That fella that's been in the chat. What is his name? Ellis Island? Where you going?
He's still there.
He in there? No, you know in there? Diana in there?
Yeah, did I see him today?
No, I ain't seen him yet. I ain't seen him. If he wife ain't gave me laptop yet.
Oh dear.
Albert Montano, Diana and Ansem, the average Trinidadian is small-minded. They don't accept any other views. They like flattery. I experienced that living home all my adult life. Yes,
living back home.
Albert, you're full 100, boy. What? I no joke. Boy, Albert, you preach, boy. You're preaching, boy. Albert, you're preaching these last few nights, you know. Oh, all right. Haile Selassie says, Anselm, you're fed. Powell say more inflation coming. Them stock going down again. Hey, well, Haile, that's the best time to buy, you know.
And the stocks go down?
Yeah, that's the best time to buy. I mean, I will go down some more.
They're cheap. But if they can't, they become junk? If they go too cheap?
No, it become no junk. It could become junk.
I'm just asking.
No, that's the best time to buy.
But the best stocks to buy now is companies that are making vaccine.
No, cannabis stocks.
Why cannabis?
Because them is the future vaccines.
Yeah?
Yeah, and you could go by the corner and buy a little something. Instead of having, like Tracy say again, $500 on weed. The party gave you $500 on weed. I thought you was allowed 4 plants in your house in Trinidad. It's 4?
But Trinidad has a stock exchange, right? I'm asking. Lord, when I ask question.
You never answer you the question, answer you. You have a stock exchange. That stock exchange, please. I know what kind of stock exchange is that. Hey, let me bring me next guest, Richard Ramnoop. Brother Umar Abdullah, welcome to Indie Village with the Dark Triplets. Welcome back to Indie Village with the Dark Triplets.
Greetings to you and all your viewers.
On WZY 95.9 FM.
My humble apologies, Brother Abdullah. I got tied up with so many things. I didn't send him the link. My apologies, my brother.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. So, Brother Abdullah, we see what happened. By the way, first we should ask you, how are you doing?
I am doing fine. I have some injuries on my feet due to the long walk that I engaged in over the couple of days, and nursing those injuries right now. But I'm doing fine. Good spirits and everything. We are surviving everything the government is throwing at us, and we intend to continue surviving and fighting.
Did you suffer any injuries from this past the march in the Savannah?
No. The police was not rough with me, as you would have seen that they've been rough with other individuals, taking them into the bus and roughing them up and so on and so forth. They were not rough with me. At no point in time in any one of my arrests was the police rough with me. I can't answer the reason why, but that's just basically the truth.
But Brother Abdullah, us out here looking in from outside, right? Ask the question that we see a lot of the activists being arrested, right? We also see 1 or 2 activists hiding. I have to say that. That's my language, not yours. Why is it that certain people don't get arrested and other people get arrested?
That's a good question. Good observation. What I can say is that what I knew what happened on that particular day, the persons who were not arrested kept themselves away from the melee when the police were, were randomly, if I may use that word, taking people and putting them in buses and so on and so forth. But when they came to arrest me, they actually came, and the officer came and indicated that we got instructions to arrest this person, and that they helped me and put me in the bus. I was thinking at that time, probably perhaps they were holding the major leaders of the event, and in a bid to quell what was happening and so on. But then that doesn't make sense, because when it all started, it's the police that started this whole engagement with the crowd, and started to rile up the crowd in a manner that would cause dissension and disgust amongst the people who were there. So these were people who left from all over the country and came to this event thinking that we did in fact have the approval of the police to have the event, because it was never indicated to the organizers that the event was not approved, and the police did not advertise, as they would have done in the past, that the event was not approved. And this was one event, I can tell you, for months before this event was being advertised. There was a lot of hype around this event. People would have gone door to door to people, inviting them to this event. Mic systems would have gone through our villages announcing this event. All right. And to think that the police will come on that particular day, not make an announcement before, as they would have done in the past, and come and inform us there and then that the event was not approved, is an indication, or is an example of the biggest entrapment, by the police in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And I say that without apology. And we are going to fight that come January in the courts when the matters do come up. So there were other activists there, I agree. Inchan Ishmael, we had Vicky Rampasad, we had a number of other activists that was not held or arrested. I think they would have probably kept cleared of the main area where police was conducting that particular activity, and probably that's what happened.
But Brother Abdullah, this is what I say, right? If you can't deal with the fire, get out of the kitchen, right? To me, if you are a real activist, you will be arrested for your cause. Whatever your cause is, if you have to get arrested, you will get arrested. You wouldn't go and hide in the corner or hide in the background because you're afraid to get arrested. Then you're not a real activist. You just an act without the tovis. You just acting. You just act without the tovis. Right? You just act. Keep acting. Right? But drop the tovis. Because to me, I believe, if deep within your heart, you are fighting for people who you believe need to be fought for, and you want to stand up for them, you will do whatever it's mean, as Malcolm X says, by any means necessary. And if that means is that you have to get arrested, you have to come to the front and get arrested. But I hear Inchan Ishmael said, well, boy, I've been arrested 7 or 8 times already, but me want to go and get arrested again, Well, what type of activist you are? So that's what I see as a person from outside looking in.
Well, I don't want to comment too much on the reason why they were not arrested.
No, yeah, I understand.
I was already arrested. What happened? How I got there is that when the police came and they started to inform us that we did not have the permission, I told the officer you know, we are going to observe all the protocols and so on. We're going to ensure that everybody. So I took the bullhorn and started to go through the crowd and get people to put their hands out like this and stand apart from the other person that they're standing next to, and so on and so forth. And it was all working, because when you look at the video, everyone was social distance apart. And then using the bullhorn, they said we didn't have permission to use the bullhorns. So then how it is are we going to direct the crowd? If it is, we can't use the bullhorns. So I asked the officer, do you have a bullhorn? She said, no, they don't have a bullhorn. So you came to control a crowd and you didn't walk with a bullhorn. But okay, fine. That's great policing. All right. So the thing about it is that I eventually jumped up on a van, at the back of a van, and I started to call out to the crowd, started to chant certain things and get the crowd all, reacted again, get them, feeling important, that they did in fact come to something that was meant to get results. All right, because everybody now were thinking that they wasted their time coming to the savannah, because they were now asked to go home and they didn't get the satisfaction that they came for. All right. So the police, asked me, they kept saying this is a protest. I told them this is not a protest. This is a reflection, a prayer and reflection, a day of prayer and reflection. I said, when we mean prayer, we know what prayer is all about. When we say reflection, we have invited individuals to come and state their experiences over the past couple of months, what they would have experienced as a result of the lockdowns, the injections, the forced vaccinations, the loss of job, loss of incomes, etc., education, a host of things. So we had doctors, we had lawyers to come and just talk about these things, because it was a day of prayer and reflection. All right, so we're reflecting on how it is this issue has affected us and so on. That was the issue. That was what it was all about. So they didn't want to hear anything of the sort. So they started to. So I told them, I said, look, let me. I have the flag in my hand. I'm going to walk out around the savannah, and I'm going to call the crowd to follow me, and we're going to circle the front of savannah instead, walk around the savannah. If we can't congregate, you can't stop us from walking. So the police did agree that was an excellent idea. So I took the flag and I told everybody to follow me, right? So I got people to go into the crowd, get people to follow the flag, started chanting, started going out there. So people started getting riled up again. They felt that, okay, this is going to be exciting, this is going to be good. We're going to achieve something out of this. So they started to follow me out of the savannah. So we started to walk. The police, with their marked vehicles, came and started to escort us around the savannah. And then they were police alighted. They alighted from the vehicle with their guns and so on, and started to walk with us. So that indicated that the police were in approval to what was happening. All right. So then our officer Soka came to me, and he addressed me, and he called me to the vehicle. And I got there. He said, Omar, the chanting has to stop. The placard has to put away. All right, because this is a sign of protest, and we can't have it. Okay. We have no problem in you all walking. Where you're walking to? I said, I'm going to the parliament. I'm taking the whole crowd to the parliament. We're going to walk around the People's Parliament, which is Woodford Square, and we'll get the people to to go. At least they will feel comfortable that they would have achieved something. They came to Port-of-Spain to vent. They came to Port-of-Spain to express their dissatisfaction, their disgust in the governance of the country, and they would have achieved something, and everybody would have gone home, and we would have been able to deal with the situation and so on. The inspector sitting next to him said, if I only catch you around the parliament, I'm going to arrest you. So there I was with all these people following me. I had to make a decision now. How am I going to manage the crowd and to get the crowd to follow the instructions as regards the protocols, and also to go home sometime after. So I continued to walk around. So when I got back at the location where I saw buses, police buses and so on were there, and people were telling me that they are arresting people and putting them in buses. So while I was passing the entrance, I saw they held Gary Aboud. Gary Aboud held onto a tree, and they scraped him off that tree, right? And roughed him up and put him inside the bus. So I said, no, David Welch was with me, and David Welch said, look, we can't allow that to happen. I stopped leading the march around the savannah, and I went with my flag, stood in front of the bus with my flag raised high, right? In an attempt to prevent the police from bringing another person and putting them in that bus. Because I was going to ask the police at that point in time why the arrest, why this move by the police. Because what the police should have done, according to law, they should have proclaimed, they should have had a proclamation on behalf of the president with a bullhorn indicating to everybody that this is not an approved event and they need to go home. And they should have been given 1 hour to do so. And if after the 1 hour everybody didn't go, then they would have had the legal right to detain persons after that. They did not do that. The police dealt with that situation all wrong. They were they violated, they breached every single law and even their own policy, right? Because the policy in the police service, they cannot engage in entrapment, right? That is wrong, okay? And you're going to be slammed down in court because of it, right? That is what the police did. And they, with all the training that they have, they made a situation that was very calm and peaceful, into a violent one and an indisciplined one. And that was very, very sad. And I think the police in Trinidad and Tobago needs to address themselves as to this particular situation. And this, I'm saying, is one of the best examples in history, that would have showed the police in their worst form,
So brother Abdullah, what were you arrested for?
I was never told what I was arrested for. Nobody was told what they were arrested for. They just told me to go into the bus, and no handcuffs or anything was placed on my hands. When we got to the St. Clair police station, but here this other thing. Our charge was eventually, when they charged us for breach of COVID regulations in gathering in a crowd of more than 10. All right. Everybody was in an open field, an open space, social distance apart, and they took persons from that field and put them in a cramped space inside a bus. Right. And according to our regulations now, in any vehicle, you can't go over 75% capacity. 50% or 75%, I think it is. The bus was full to capacity. So they broke a law. They broke one of the regulations, right? Cramped us up in that bus. When we got there at the St. Clair police station, a senior officer came in front of the bus and told us, you all are not arrested. You all have been detained. You all will be taken through a process whereby we take you to the station, put you in a room, we take some relevant information from you, like your name, your address, and so on, and phone numbers, and so on. And some senior officers will come and speak with you after, and then they would let you go on your way. When we got into the station, that changed, because the seniors who was there, they were back and forth, and they were having some conversation with somebody higher up, and they were given instructions to charge everyone. Right. First of all, they didn't know what the charge was all about, because we asked them, they couldn't tell us. Right. So that they go and come again, and eventually decided they were going to charge us for breach of the COVID regulations in gathering and what have you. None of us were informed of what we were being detained for. None of us, if it is you want to use the word arrest, we were never informed what we were being arrested for. None of it. Right. So how is this going to stand up in court? This country, this government is going to waste taxpayers' dollars to prosecute 30 individuals for a crime that they did not commit. And you are going to make an attempt to do that. And shame yourselves and shame your police officers, who by all counts, right, should be honorable citizens in this country.
But Abdullah, let's go to the media now, right? The media is making this march out to be a march of anti-vaxxers. Where did that come from?
Well, that has always been the narrative of the mainstream media. whenever we go out there, they would always label us as anti-vaxxers, and we would always try to correct them and indicate to them we're not anti-vaxxers. All my children has been vaccinated. They got their vaccines at a young age. I got my vaccines at a young age, but those vaccines that we got, those were vaccines. When I got the measles vaccine, I was never told I would spread the measles. I would get the measles after that, or I would have to wear a mask, or I would have to social distance. I was never told none of that. I never got measles after that, and I never transmitted measles to anyone after that. That was a vaccine. What they're trying to class as a vaccine today has no resemblance of a vaccine, because you still have to social distance, you still have to wear the mask, you still can spread it, and you still can get it. And as we are seeing now, it is clear in Trinidad and Tobago, all the safe zones, every one of those safe zones are highly infected with COVID-19. Every one of the persons working in those safe zones who have been double vaxxed, they are now COVID positive, right? And I'm challenging every single company in this country, all your workers who would have gotten vaccinated, put them through a PCR test or an antigen test, and you come back with the results and tell me if those workers are not COVID positive, right?
So
the one safe zone in this country, every single person was COVID positive. The woman who was allegedly bounced down by the Prime Minister on the golf course, right? On the golf course, right? It is ironic that the Prime Minister would have compared women to golf courses in Trinidad, and very ironic that he would allegedly bounce down a woman on a golf course. So anyways, that woman was tested positive for COVID-19. People miss that. You know the other thing? She was double vaxxed. She got all the vaccines.
So
Now the fully vaccinated, now they're telling the fully vaccinated, you're under-vaxxed. You're under-vaccinated. Look at the nice word they're using. You're under-vaccinated now, you know. So you have to go and take a booster. Why you don't just tell them they're not vaccinated? Why don't just tell them they're not vaccinated? But you want to coin a pretty word. They're under-vaccinated, right? That's where we reach in this country. That's the level of stupidity, you understand? And nonsensical behavior we have reached in this country, and accepting it. The people are accepting it. And we are not standing up and saying enough. Look at what happened to the 26-year-old girl working at the restaurant, forced to take this injection. Took it because she needs a job. 26-year-old. Now she's paralyzed. She's paralyzed. A spinal condition. She can't move. Her entire life crushed before her eyes. And that woman, she's a hero. She's a national hero because she came forward and she spoke about it in a press conference where the mainstream media was invited. And up to now, the mainstream media has not reported on this matter. But let a child die tomorrow morning with COVID-19. That will be headline on the papers. Big and bold. Headline on the papers. They might go the distance, even put the child photo on the front page too. But a woman, 26-year-old, took the injection. Forced. And we have many cases like that. Many cases like that we have. But this was one woman who came forward. That's why I'm able to talk about it. That's why I'm able to talk about it. We have cases where a woman was pregnant with twins, forced to take the vaccine, and she died together with her twins. She was to deliver those twins this month. This month that gone there, she was to deliver those twins. Another person who was forced to take the vaccine again, she was pregnant. She miscarried the baby. Right? And she's extremely sick at this point in time. There are many cases. Abdul Richards, the famous Abdul Richards, she came on many occasions on public television and said the majority of cases in the hospitals are they're not fully vaccinated. What do you understand by that? If I were to hold this bottle up like this and say this bottle is not quite full, what would you understand by that? You would understand that bottle has some liquid in it, right? It's not quite full. But if I were to take the bottle and hold it up like this, an empty bottle, and tell you it's not quite full, would that be a right statement? It would not, because I'll be attempting to deceive you by saying it's not quite full when it's actually empty. Oh gosh, say the thing empty now, man. All right. So instead of you saying that these persons are unvaccinated, you're saying that they're not fully vaccinated, meaning to say that they have gotten one shot, at least one shot. Or in this case now, they would have gotten 2 shots and they're waiting for the booster. This is absolute ridiculousness what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. All right. And that's not the only thing that we went to the Savannah to talk about. So don't talk about anti-vax. We want to talk about our roads. We have to talk about the corruption in police, in the government as regards to the PSC and the selection of the commissioner of police. We want to talk about the corruption in the EBC. We want to talk about the bad roads in our country. We want to talk about the bad governance of this country and what you're doing to this country with your lockdowns, your creation of safe zones, and the killing of businesses in this country, killing our culture. The Minister of Health would have told people in Trinidad and Tobago, do not invite your family and friends if they're not vaccinated to your home for Christmas. Is this Trinidad culture? You are importing a foreign culture into Trinidad and Tobago and want Trinidad and Tobago to accept it? That culture is not Trinidad and Tobago culture. That is a foreign culture that belongs to the globalist elite, and it's not going to be accepted here in this country. Never would it be accepted. So we have made it quite clear, we are not anti-vaxxers, all right? We are pro-vax, but we are safe, pro-safe. We are pro-safe, and we are pro-choice. That is what we are. Pro-choice, pro-safe, and pro-vax, right? We are not anti-vaxxers. If there is a vaccine, if there is indeed a vaccine for a virus, I'm going to take it. I'll be first in line to take it. Someone would ask me on an interview one morning on one of our national morning programs here, if it is that I would ever take the vaccine. If I was vaccinated, I tell them no. He said, would I ever take it? I said, well, presently, right now, I'm being told, and this is their figures, that I have a 99.97% chance of recovery if I get COVID-19. Anytime they bring a vaccine that is 100% efficacy, I'll be first in line to take it. And that's my answer.
But Abdullah, don't you think that's impossible? Do you think that don't you think that's impossible for you to have something that works 100%? I mean, any drug that you take, there is always the possibility of side effects.
I agree. But listen what they said. I have a 99.97 chance of recovery. So if I have that percentage of recovery, why do I need to take a vaccine? If I need to take a vaccine, the vaccine has to be 100%. It can be less than that. As we would have seen some reports coming out indicating the real efficacy of these vaccines, which is less than 2%. Less than 2%. So why would I want to go from 99.9.7% to less than 2%? Why would I want to do that? I'm a fool.
So Abdullah, why was somebody asked, right? 30 individuals arrested amongst 100. That don't make sense. Were these 30 individuals targeted because they were considered to be leaders of the march?
No, all of these persons were not leaders. They were we had a 17-year-old boy with us, the St. Clair police station. We had a 73-year-old man. The age bracket in that room that particular day was 3 generations basically. We had every single representative from different religious organizations there: Muslim, Hindu, Christian, atheists. We had every different race. We had blacks, Caucasian, we had white, we had Syrian, we had what Trinidad represented in that room. 15 of us. And what the government didn't realize is that this 14 persons, you would have offered an opportunity for us to bond, to become closer together, to become a family, and to support one another's initiative. So they would have made us more strong. All right? in their attempt to make us weak and to weaken us. Right? I would not trade that day for nothing else in the world. We enjoyed ourselves together. We made it a point to make, you give us lemon, we made lemonade. That's what we did. All right. And we benefited from that time that we spent together. We even were able to sit down and strategize our next move, strategize, what it is we're going to do when we get out of here, how it is we're going to continue to communicate with each other and so on. So they provided an opportunity for us that they attempted to break up. They brought us in a place, put us together, and give us a greater opportunity to do it.
Brother Abdullah, I didn't see as much as you because I don't live in Trinidad, right? I saw some advertisement for the march, and it appears to me that those advertisements were sort of politically motivated. What do you say about that?
Well, not this one. I can tell you, frankly, even though you would have seen different representatives from different parties there, it would probably tend perhaps one of the persons who were locked up with us was a UNC senator, a UNC councillor, and we had a UNC senator come by, giving some legal advice and so on, because I would have called a particular attorney, and he would have reached out to certain individuals and so on, and they would have sent those attorneys there. And we all know in Trinidad and Tobago, the attorneys are affiliated with either one of the parties, and so on and so forth. So, but it was not politically motivated at no point in time. The persons who were involved in this event were the activists. Throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, we would have had prior meetings before, prior engagement with each one of the activists, and we would have planned this particular occasion. And moving forward, we had our own thing going. We had our own plans as well, and how it is we was going to support the event. So mine started on Saturday, the 27th. I walked from Point Fortin to Port of Spain. I indicated in my letter to the police, the four heads, the divisional heads, I indicated to them that I needed police presence and so on, and which is what we got. We got the police escort from Point Fortin to Port of Spain. Special branch would have accompanied us throughout the journey, led us into Port of Spain, led us to the Parliament. I got out in front of the Parliament, and I was able to make a dua prayer, to ask Almighty God for His intervention in what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago, and to rid the Parliament building of all those evil men and women who are walking its corridors and sitting in its chambers, and if possible, give guidance to those who are in leadership position, so that they would do right by the people and so on and so forth. And after there, we were escorted again to the savannah, where we made an entire round. We went around the savannah, 3.5 kilometers. We went around the savannah, and then we were able to join the rest of the crowd there that was gathering at the savannah at that point. So,
what do you say to those who say that this march was heavily UNC influenced?
I would say they're misinformed. They're trying to cast. I see there's an ad out by the PNM with regards to the election in Tobago, and I think one of the clips they're using is the march this event on Tuesday, and they're saying that it was UNC that was behind this and that, and so on and so forth. All the activists,
you guys hearing me at all?
Yeah,
yes, they're hearing you.
I'm not hearing you.
All the persons who was held on that day, none of them were UNC. It was part of the UNC leadership. UNC personalities was not there. They were not there. So I don't know how they could say it was UNC.
But UNC activists was there though.
Yes, there were some UNC activists, but we would have had meetings, like I told you before, leading up to the march, and those meetings those meetings would have been packed with contributions coming from the activists. And I could never recall in any one of those meetings any one of the UNC activists coming forward and giving their contributions. So how could they have been influential? How could they have been behind this whole thing? This whole thing started with Ruby Gem, right? Everybody knows Ruby Gem from 104.7. She's the one who coined the name of the event, and she's the one who initiated the move to call for this event, right? That's where it all started. Look where it started, 104.7, right? So who wants to say it's a UNC thing? That's their business. That's what they want the country to believe, because they have an election to win, right? But
Brother Abdullah, to be honest and to be fair though, Ruby, Andy Williams, Mighty K, and Lennox Smith are considered to be UNC activists. The ground report is considered to be a UNC activist report, and a lot of the commercial or advertisement for the pushback march came from 104.7 More FM. So I don't think you could separate the forest from the trees.
Well, I'm not attempting to do that. All I'm saying is that I was personally involved in calling for people to come there, the Savannah, because the objective there was to push back. Push back against what? Push back against what? The evil, what was happening in the country, what is happening in the country at this point in time. And you have to agree, whether you're a UNC activist, whether you're part of the UNC, part of the PNM, you have to agree there are wrong things that's taking place in the country at this point in time. And everybody is disgusted with it. Everybody is disgusted with the government and what the government is doing. And this was an opportunity where we offered the people of this country, and I would have said it many times in my interviews and my statements, we are offering the people an opportunity to come on this day to say no to this tyrannical, oppressive regime. We need to set straight the records, and we need to come clean to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And let us once and for all stop what is happening and bring back the democracy that we were accustomed with, bring back the love, bring back the unity, and bring back the warmth that we are, are known for here in the Caribbean. And that was what it's all about. So whosoever wants to, whether you and I, as a matter of fact, we didn't say, well, no to the UNC activists or no to UNC. We want all here, right? We know fully well. Lennox, what's his name? Victor Roberts. Victor Roberts was when I announced that I was going to have my walk from Point Fortin to Port of Spain. Victor Roberts pulled me one side and said, "Boy, look how God is doing. I too was planning to do the same thing, but from Erin, etc., etc., etc." I said, "Well, then we can meet up along the way. Somewhere along the way we can meet up, and we can make this thing a big, huge thing, and go down Port of Spain together." It never happened. We never met along the way. You understand? I was never able to contact him. He was never able to contact me. And we never met along the way. So he went ahead and did his own thing with his coffin and all of that, right? Police intervened, police interjected a lot of times, attempted to arrest him and all of that. And thing. My event was different. I did not ask for permission to do my event. I wrote the police, because there's no commissioner to ask for permission. So I wrote to the police, the divisional heads, and I told them, this is what I'm doing, and I request the presence of the police. They never responded to me. They never told me yes, they never told me no. But on the day, the police was there, special branch, and they escorted us from Point Fortin every single day to Port of Spain. We had a mic system on one particular day, that's the second day. We had a mic system from Laramie straight into Couva, all right? And they accompanied us, all right? And we were advertising the pushback Tuesday, the 30th in the Savannah, all right? So it's the only way we could have got people to come. So this was not hinging on UNC, nor it was hinging on any other party or as the case may be. But there is one particular party that is going to use that argument and they're going to use that objective to push their narrative. And we understand how politics are and how politics work in Trinidad. But I'm telling everyone in Trinidad and Tobago, the first wave movement, we are not political, all right? We are about human beings. We are about humanity. We are about addressing the needs and the concerns of every individual in this country, no matter what it is, okay? We started off in response to our government attempting to vaccinate our old age population when the WHO had indicated do not vaccinate the old age population with the Sinopharm vaccine because there's no efficacy, no data, right? And that is what raised the red flag. That's when we started, all right? This pushback, and it evolved into something that was bigger and huge because we started representing workers who were working for different companies and they were having problems and issues on the job site. So nobody was calling the trade unions no more because the trade unions were silent and dead on the issue. So everybody was calling the first wave movement. We have been addressing these issues on a continuous basis every single day. And, you know, we are going to continue doing that. And we are going to call for another event. This time we're going to correct the mistakes that we would have perhaps made. And we are going to hope that this event is going to be larger, bigger, and more effective than the first.
But Abdullah, stick and stay for a little bit, right? We just want to go for a quick station identification.
Yeah, sure.
It's in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us no other than brother Umar Abdullah from the First Wave Movement, and he's joining us live on the record at TNT talking about the recent march that was held at the Queen's Park Savannah. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And with us in the village tonight is brother Umar Abdullah from the First Wave Movement in Trinidad and Tobago. So, brother Abdullah, would you consider the march on November the 30th a success?
A tremendous success. A tremendous success. Even though the police came and did what they did, I think all that was in keeping with God's plan. It gave us the opportunity to be heard once more. It created an impact. It created history in this country. Never before we have seen the reaction of a police force to a peaceful crowd as we have seen on Tuesday the 30th. And I think that says a lot. We got the opportunity to bond with all those persons who was held, and I think the mix of persons that was taken and placed in each police station, it created a platform whereby certain individuals who have certain skill sets to come together and bond like that to strategize in moving forward. And we are in the process of setting up a separate platform whereby we are going to engage all these individuals who was pooled together and held in charge. And we are going to try to see how we can further, encourage others, because a lot of them would have indicated after being held, the fire in them was lit. All right. So now we have individuals as a result of the arrest or the detention, the fire on these persons have been lit, and they are willing and more ready to go forward and do what is necessary to be done. And I want to make a very important point here. A lot of people, talking about this being a protest and all of that. It was a day of prayer and reflection. All right. You know what a prayer is all about? And reflection, when we say reflection, we invited a number of persons there to talk on varying issues, right? Not just the vaccines, not just the injections, the lockdowns, the safe zones. We had doctors there. We had lawyers to come and talk. We have people who had experienced a lot of difficulty in their communities regarding their roads, drainage, flooding, you name it. There were a host of issues that we were going to talk about there. And all those persons who were called to speak, right, belong to different parties, belong to different religions, they belong to different races, cultures, etc. So we had a well defined mix of people, if you want to put it that way, that represented all of Trinidad and Tobago and the concerns of all of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what we were giving them a platform to come forward and talk about the experience that they have been having over the last 2 years, what they would have lost, the difficulties they would have had, and all these things. So this is what it was all about. And this is what the police in Trinidad and Tobago was instructed to come and shut down.
But Abdullah.
Instructed by who, Brother Abdullah? Instructed by who? Who gave that instruction?
We're getting some sense that the Minister of Health, not Minister of Health, the Minister of National Security would have
gave that instruction.
Yeah.
Is our lawyers?
The way the police was behaving, it was as though the senior police officers were given the instruction and instructing the junior officers to do the thing. And the junior officers appeared to be confused as to how to care about those instructions and what to do, because they knew that they were breaking the law. You're making a point. I'm sorry.
But Abdullah, why? Yeah. Here's the question, right? Why is it a pushback instead of a push forward? Because we want to move forward in many things in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We want improvement on the roads. We want improvement in the healthcare system. When we are pushing back instead of trying to push forward, I mean, that's just part of my point in that, you know, when you use words, and you use that word forward too as well just now when you were describing how you guys want to move forward. So it's just that, you know, and Diana is a poet, and she said, you know, the use of words are very important. You know, why not push forward instead of push back?
Well, like I said, I was not the initiator of the whole event, and I didn't coin the name. And it's funny that you said that, because I had a meeting earlier on tonight with a group of my members, and that issue came up, and we were talking about having another event, and the name came up again, pushback too. So one of the members said, no, let's not call it pushback. Let's call it push forward. All right. And I think you're right. You know, sometimes we do make, you know, little errors like these. And when it should have been another word that we should have used, we use this one instead. But it also it explained the situation that we were in at the time. Because think about yourself being trapped in a corner and nowhere else to go, and you have to push back.
Which is a military strategy. It's also a military strategy where you lose territory, you lose rights, and you're pushing back. Because you know you got your back up against the wall.
So now after we push back, push back and we get out, we're going to pushing forward now.
Yeah, you push back, and then you move forward in upgrading things. It's like fighting war. You push back at the enemy, you push the enemy out. You could call it push out. You know, you could call it push out too. Push them out, push them in the sea. You know, but you know, the pushback thing is taken a little bit out of context, and a lot of misrepresentation and misunderstanding of it, and so the clarification is always necessary so that the understanding is clear. What I would like to see, Brother Abdullah, is that you guys get a megaphone or some kind of mic and kind of give some instructions that the crowd as they come, you know, in conduct, and that you have some kind of control, you know.
Actually, we were, when the police got there, the crowd, we had full control of the crowd. Everybody was social distance apart. Everybody was just there listening to what was being said on the megaphones and so on. When the police came and they made that intervention, the crowd felt that the police came to shut down an event that was approved. And there was a lot of distrust in the crowd, a lot of hype. People were starting to raise their voices. Why is the police doing this? You know the usual thing in Trinidad and Tobago. The two
But
wicked.
you mentioned that the instructions seem to come from the Minister of National Security.
Yeah.
So I would like your lawyers to get that clarification.
Sure.
From the police.
They are looking into it. As a matter of fact, we have already started to mount our defense, and that whole issue of pushing back, it's still taking place, and that final pushback is going to come in January when we face the courts, and the police are going to be told that they were in fact out of place and wrong in what it is they did.
But we also want the person who gave that instruction to be dealt with in that aspect too.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Brother Abdullah, is there any way possible that you can get a signal? Because I want to be in on this, and I don't want to come down there. I don't want to, because I know they're going to snatch me. They really want me. I don't want to get sick and then end up in the healthcare system that can't take care of me. Is there any way you could get a signal on somebody's phone and amplify it by Bluetooth and let me be an orator at the next one?
Sure, I would make that happen.
Let's organize a meeting, Diana, before we do that. Let's organize a discussion.
Good.
With the team.
Organize a discussion. Yeah. All right, cool. Mm-hmm.
She kind of jumped the gun there.
Yep. I want to be in on that.
I put that in place. That would not be a problem at all.
Thank you.
That would be a problem.
So
it's important, what you people are doing, because it's getting the information, the right information out there, and informing people what actually had happened on that particular day, because a lot of voices are going around, a lot of stuff are being said, and people don't know exactly the truth and what took place. I'm telling you, this is exactly the truth. This is what happened. And, we are going to monitor the situation coming from the government quarters. We are continuing.
Ansem, can we arrange a live broadcast with them when they're doing this event?
I don't want a live broadcast because what I want to say, I don't want to put Anselm's FCC license in jeopardy, right? So let's go there.
No, I'm just saying we just covering what's taking place.
He could do his live broadcast.
Yeah, by himself.
I want to be alone where I got to do my thing.
No. We're not saying. I'm not suggesting. What I'm saying is the station is highlighting what's taking place in the country.
No, he could highlight it. But I want to be on give me a voice.
Once we go live, I just have to share the link with you all, and you all will be on the live as well.
Give me a voice. Yeah, I want to say what I got to say.
You will be able to do that. So that's not a problem. Actually, we are going to the Savannah tomorrow morning at 8:30, where Ruby Gem and myself and David Welch are going to stream live.
Okay.
Her program was cut on the 104.7 program on the Friday. So a Friday program, we are attempting to do that at the Savannah tomorrow morning. And we are going to touch on these issues and a lot more other issues as it pertains to what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago.
Brother Abdullah, what do you mean by your program was cut on 104.7 FM?
They removed her from the Friday program because of an incident that took place. I think she would have aired a particular statement of one of the activists on the program and so on, and it was actually pulled from the program, and she got some hot water for that, I think, and she was removed from the program.
Dictatorship.
She used to be with our brother Ma, right? On Sense and Sensibility?
Yes, Sense and Sensibility.
Dictatorship.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
So maybe he got some instructions come from certain directions to the owner of the station or station management.
Dictatorship. We're living in a dictatorship. We're living under Hitler and Putin.
Well, that's why we're trying to give you some coverage from the side. We got.
We're not living under Hitler and Putin.
But when you can't, when you don't have freedom of press, what you living on? And some look at me started. I was cool all night, right?
Diana.
If the woman program cut, because she Hello, I'm
Diana,
listening. Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago is not living under Putin and Hitler.
Yeah.
If we were living under Putin and Hitler,
who they
you
living
could
under?
not go and assemble in the savannah like the way they did on November the 30th.
And hello. I heard through a grapevine from a little birdie that they were planning to dispense rubber bullets.
Yeah,
but okay, brother Abdullah, back me up. And
Diana, they did not do it.
Because listen to me. Because a certain individual is trained in de-escalation, and he de-escalated the crowd and the police.
They did not.
They were planning to. The mere fact that they were planning to shoot women.
I will never ever say Trinidad and Tobago is under Putin or Hitler. There is no evidence to support that. Absolutely none.
Well, it appears as though then. Let me put it that way. That sound better?
No, but you see, when you talk about Hitler,
you're quite right. The riot police was out and they were in full gear in front of the parliament as well, with tear gas and rubber bullets. So they were planning for us if we didn't.
Yes, and I know, and this person de-escalated the whole thing.
But Diana, people in this country that's be out with tear gas and rubber bullets, something in the United States of America. Would you consider us to be under Putin and Hitler here in the United States of America if police go out with rubber bullets and tear gas?
Yep.
Nah.
Listen to me. If we are conducting a peaceful march in order to bring the government to some discussion, and the government chooses an aggressive, hostile, violent response, what do you think should be our response?
Oh, we live in the Republic of Trinidad.
What do you think? I'm being real here now. Should we continue to be peaceful when the government assaults our people, the elderly and the children and everybody there? Should we continue to be peaceful? What should we do?
I literally saw this fella there in the crowd. They're not bothering the police. They're there in the police reaching and pluck him from behind two people, and throw him in the van. I said, but what madness is that?
Most of the people they held on that day just simply asked the question, Gary Abood asked the question, why are you arresting this individual? This man didn't do nothing, that sort of thing. You want to be arrested too? No, I don't want to be arrested. And they grab him and put him in the bus. Ask a question.
I literally throw them, and they want them to go and bunch up in one place. And I think it was Gary asking, why I'm not going back there? It's COVID. Yeah. I'm not supposed to be back bunched up. And nobody can answer his question yet. Why was he being detained? Why am I under arrest or are you detaining me? Those are two different questions. Are you arresting me or are you detaining me? I ain't hear nothing. And you see what Brother Abdullah said? You can go and walk on your pavement. And when I tell you I can go down there and walk on the pavement that Eric Williams give me to walk on, I can walk. I ain't holding up no sign. I can walk on the pavement by the Red House. I telling you that. I am not holding up any sign. I can walk on that pavement. Who's going to stop me from walking?
This is what I'm suggesting. I am suggesting circle the parliament. Keep walking around the parliament.
Who could stop you from walking on your pavement?
That is what actually I was going to do. And then the inspector said, if I want to catch you by the parliament, I'll arrest you.
But then where we living? Where are we living? You cannot walk on your pavement and you going about your business. You ain't holding up no sign. You're just walking, going about your business. And you're going to come and arrest me? Then I'm not living in Trinidad and Tobago. That is not where I live in. I live in somewhere else. Come on. I just walking, going by me calling nobody name. I ain't holding up no sign. I just walking by my Red House. And you want to come and arrest me? Then
Diana,
that's why I said.
Diana, what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago, right? I have no problem with the people rising up, right, with there is certain forms of oppression happening in Trinidad and Tobago. I will be a fool to say otherwise. However, I will say that Trinidad and Tobago is absolutely far away from the government under a Hitler and under a Putin. It's not even close. It's not even close. As a matter of fact, if we were under Putin and Hitler, we wouldn't even be able to have this radio station and this radio program.
Well, we're getting close there.
We wouldn't be able to have this radio program, right?
When you,
it's not even
you know,
close.
Let me tell you something. In defense of my statement, it starts with the little taking away of your little of the little liberties, and then one day you wake up and you're like, voila, what happened? There's this big wall dividing. You think Berlin Wall went up overnight? It started with little things, little things, little things, and then all of a sudden, the big elephant was in the room, and it starts just like that. Little things that chisels away at you know, you ain't thinking about it. And then one day you wake up.
We will in our lifetime, your lifetime, my lifetime, Brother Umar Abdullah lifetime, we will never see in Trinidad and Tobago the types of government under Putin and Hitler. We will never see it in our lifetime.
Well, maybe Hitler's a little extreme, but
it's a little extreme. It's very extreme.
Maybe the other fella you don't know.
Not Putin either.
Yeah.
You know, I want to congratulate Brother Abdullah and the team down there for the amount of people that came out. You guys made a great effort. I think it's something to build on. I would like to encourage the team to work together and try to bring more people out there and to show the government that they cannot brutalize you guys, because we're going to be standing side by side. You know, the national anthem goes side by side. We're going to stand by each other. And when they come to arrest, tell them take everybody. If they want to arrest, say, organize things and tell them everybody going.
But Gary, let me say this, sir. Let me say this, sir. And Brother Umar Abdullah, I want to say this, sir. You see, people
don't take us with you. Tell them everybody going. Everybody volunteer to go.
No, but listen to this, right? People that say, but Wall Street always defending the government. I want to ask people in Trinidad and Tobago, do we want to have a government like a Putin or a Hitler? We don't want that in Trinidad and Tobago, and we will never have that. And the people will not stand for that. And if that happens, then we're going to use that word called revolution in Trinidad and Tobago. If and when something even gets close to that, and I know we wouldn't get close to that, but Brother, I do want to ask one quick question before you go, right? In all this movement, where is part of the economics in this movement? Because we always hear of people in Trinidad, they say people starving, people who have put food on the table. Where's the economic part, the economic development, the economic empowerment, economic inclusion in all these marches that are happening across Trinidad and Tobago? Me personally, I don't hear that part of it. I hear all kind of things, get rid of the government, you know, the government has to go and so on and so forth. But I don't hear that part of the marches across Trinidad and Tobago. What's your say?
Well, we have been doing some of that work in the first wave movement. We have been attending to the needs of our membership, number of other persons who have contacted us and asked for assistance and help and so on. We have been giving food hampers, helping financially. Some persons would have ideas to set up their own businesses and so on. We're in the process of attempting to purchase the materials and goods that they will need to set up their services and so on, and their businesses and what have you. Persons who would have lost their jobs, we are in the process of assisting persons to get other alternative work and all of that, because we have a business platform as well. And we have been doing tremendous work in that area. We have not been advertising it as other people have advertised their programs and so on, because we believe when you give it your right, your left hand not supposed to know. So we, Almighty God is the best witness to what it is we do in that regard. We have also, embarked upon a food agriculture or food security program. We are setting up right now. I've already instructed our educators to put together a program where we can have an alternative education system, and we're talking about alternative healthcare as well. We're looking into that area. We've had preliminary discussions with individuals interested in setting up a health center where they can offer both conventional and alternative treatments and what have you and so on. So there's a number of things that we are considering. We are deciding to to try our hand at setting up a trade union movement, because we've been called upon by the working class to address their issues, and we say probably perhaps we may have to do that, set up a form of trade union movement, an arm of the first wave movement, to address these issues and so on. So we are doing a number of things that the public is not aware of, but we are highlighting the issues that need to be highlighted to inform Trinidad and Tobago that this is wrong. This is not supposed to be happening. This is how we are trying to address the issues, and as we go along.
Well, Brother Abdullah, I want to say, I am so pleased to hear that, right? Because I think, in the bluster and the blubber coming out of the marches, we don't hear certain things about economics, right? And I think it's just as important as going out there and marching. The economic part of the march is important, because you have to remember, when Martin Luther King started to talk about economics, that's exactly when they decided that to take him out. Once he's talking about marching and coming and marching and assembling and talking and all them things, it's fine. But when you want to start to talk about economic development, economic inclusion, and economic empowerment, it's a whole different. Yeah. And I think
he was killed before because of the same reason.
Say that again.
Got the fee.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You see, and to me, the marching is good, but we cannot just march for other things and exclude economic empowerment, economic development, and economic inclusion. That's just my take.
How are we going to get economic development or economic empowerment when you have a government who refuses to work with you and undermining you and playing games? This government has to be removed.
That's why we call it an alternative, because or a parallel. Let me put it that way: a parallel system.
Correct.
Because this parallel system will be separate and apart from government assistance,
correct,
government funding, and everything. It's all dependent on the people and the strength of the people
instead
of programs. So government could do what they want. They could undermine what they want. We have a seed bank that we have started. We know for a fact that farmers are having a difficult time in getting seeds. I have one of my members was in America recently, and he told me he actually had to go on Amazon to buy seeds because he couldn't get it on the open market. We have farmers in Trinidad presently. We have reports 2 farmers have been paid to destroy their crops in Trinidad. All right. So we know where we're going. We know where we're heading. All right. Writing is on the wall. Who wants to pretend that, it's all going to be hunky-dory and tomorrow morning we're going to get up and everything's going to be fine? Well, that's your fantasy. All right. We're not living a fantasy. We're living a life of reality. And we understand what is happening. And we need to do a lot of work. We need to push hard. We need to have, we're going to have a lot of sleepless nights. And we're going to have a lot of troubling times, and we're going to have a lot of, pressure coming from the government, because the government is not going to want to see a people, have their own system set up, and they don't have to depend on government for water, they don't have to give government for electricity, we have already started to talk about alternative sources of energy. We already started to talk about, water, catching the water from the atmosphere itself and filling it into tanks and so on. We have the technology to do it. We have persons who are already doing it already in Trinidad and Tobago. So, these are some of the things that we're looking at. We have to embark upon these things because we know soon enough they're going to lock us out. When we're locked out, what are we going to do? If we're not prepared, if we have not set ourselves up in that capacity to treat with these issues. So we have to. So the first wave movement is not just about quarreling and criticizing and talking about what is affecting us and so on. We're about bringing workable solutions to the table. So, we're not going to just tell you, well, hey, that is wrong, that can't work, we're not going to accept that. Well, then, all right, tell us what it is would work and what would the people accept. We already have that. So we're going to bring it to the table. And it's a workable plan because we have people working it already. That's what is important. So we're not guessing. We're not guessing and we're not coming to you with a guess. We're coming to you with concrete, proven, methods. And, we are willing to, have an open door policy where people are invited to join with us and join the program. If you feel you have a skill in education, you feel you have a skill in economics, you feel you have a skill in business management, whatever, we welcome you. We welcome your ideas. And if it is you feel you have an idea that you can, pull a group of people together and start something going and be independent and consistent, we're open and we're willing to, accept those assistance, and we want to move forward as a people. We want to embrace success the way it ought to be, felt. We just don't want people to give us false promises, false hopes. We don't want that.
Right.
So Brother Uma, if you had to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, what would be your message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago?
Mr. Keith Christopher Rowley, I love you as a brother. We came from the same father, and there's no difference between you and I, except in our practice and in our knowledge. And what I have to say to you is that you need to pay attention and listen to your people. The people put you there for a reason. When you came to them with your manifesto, you promised the people of Trinidad and Tobago happiness, you promised them comfort, you promised them a productive life, a productive future, a future for their children. And we expect that you would deliver those things in a humbly fashion, not in an arrogant fashion. We expect that you and your ministers, as your Minister of Health would say on many occasions, I have a duty of care. You have a duty of care for your children. That's the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Your children are crying. Your children are saying they don't want to participate in this activity. They do not want the injections. Listen to your people. Who wants to take it? That's a matter for them. Who do not want to take it, do not force them to take it. Right? We want you to stop the corruption. Stop what is happening that is forcing the country to believe that you are mismanaging our funds, you're mismanaging our resources, you are signing non-disclosure agreements with Big Pharma, China, and other countries. We want to know what is in those non-disclosure agreements. We want to know whether or not our resources are still belonging to us and it's not being sold away. It's not being given away. We want you to be transparent. We want you to be honest. We want you to be truthful. We want you to not hide the deaths as a result of the injections. We do not want you to hide those adverse reactions as a result of the injections. We want you to be honest and truthful to us. We are going to embrace you once you do that. And your people is going to stand with you. And we are going to fight against the evil that has engulfed you. We are going to fight that evil. So please, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't hate you. I love you. And I want you to come back into our circle of love, our circle of warmth, our circle of affection, our circle with all these things that makes Trinidad and Tobago what we are, a gem in the Caribbean. And we ought to be a gem and remain that. We ought to be a beacon of light, a beacon of hope for the rest of the Caribbean. Today we are seeing Barbados taking the lead. Why aren't you not at the helm? Why aren't you not taking the lead? Why people are not paying attention to you? Why all the attention on Barbados? Come on, Mr. Prime Minister. Come down. Come down to your people. If you don't want to apologize and you're too proud of that, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll accept that. But we want you to do the right thing. We want to be proud of you as a Prime Minister. We want to be proud of your ministers. We don't want to be disappointed in you. We don't want our history to show that this particular Prime Minister was the worst in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. No, we want our history to show that you were part of the framework that propelled this country into the 21st century, into the future. That's what we want you to be. We want you to leave a legacy behind that we are going to be proud of, and your children are going to be proud of, and your later generation is going to be proud of. And that is what it is you need to do. Not as a politician, but as a human being. As a human being. Thank you.
Well, brother Abdullah, I gotta say, boy, that was fantabulous, man. We do appreciate you taking time out to join us. Any closing words before you go?
Well, I want to say thank you for allowing me the privilege of coming on your platform again.
I want to suggest something.
Every time I come here, means the second time, I enjoy myself. I feel comfortable in your company. I feel like I'm, I don't feel I'm out of Trinidad and Tobago. I feel I'm in Trinidad. And, it's wonderful that we have people like yourself, continue to fight the good fight, bring the right and correct information to the people, and to ensure that we preserve, what we all been accustomed to, what we grew up with. And just today, I was talking to one of my members, and I was talking about we bought some putigal by a vendor, and we were eating it in the car while we were driving along. And I was telling him, I remember the days when my father used to take me in the Cocolan, and I used to pick the putigal and eat and the oranges and all of that. And started to talk about, I told him when last you eat Tanya and how to call this other thing, it's Tanya and
Edos and all them things.
Not that. There's another thing.
Dashing.
And
Push.
Right? When last we ate that, he said, boy, the longest while I've been eating Tanya and kush. Then when I was growing up, that was a common meal. And Tanya, kush, arrows, yams, and river fish, curry river fish, right? When was the last time we enjoyed days like that? It's not here no more. We're losing it. All right. And we need to do something to bring it back. It's okay to keep some of these things, you know. It's okay.
Yep. Yep.
It's okay. You know, we could be light years away into technology, where everything is high tech and high this and high that. But you know, going to the riverbank and catching your own fish and cooking by the riverbank and eating in a banana leaf, you understand? You know, does say a lot as a people, and we need to maintain some of these old customs that we had. You know, Christmas is just around the corner. I'm a Muslim. We really don't celebrate Christmas, but we celebrate the how should I put it? The spirit of the season. And the spirit of the season is love, it's giving, it's charity, it's inviting your friends and relatives home by you. Even though our Minister of Health is saying don't invite the unvaccinated home by you. I don't know what type of Christmas he wants to enjoy, but probably he doesn't enjoy anything. But we Trinidadian and Tobago, we enjoy a lot. And we want to maintain those norms. We don't want you to bring in no foreign policy and foreign culture into this country. That foreign culture you're talking about, where don't invite this one by your home, nah, leave that to the globalist elite. Right? That's their culture. That's not ours. And we're not going to accept it. All right? And come Christmas time in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm telling you, right? Families are going to invite everybody at their homes. All right? Because this is what Christmas is all about. I grew up in a land like this. All right? And even though I'm Muslim.
But Brother Abdullah, the next rally you have in the Savannah, tell the people don't say Rowley must go. Tell them say Rowley must come. Send him an invitation.
Good idea.
Send him an official invitation.
Gary, you're getting the message. Gary, there we go, Gary. You're getting the message.
This is where I would do it. This is what I want to propose.
I like that message, Gary. I like that.
Call him out. Call him out in the Savannah. Don't tell Rowley to go. Tell him to come.
I don't matter if I give him.
Tell Rowley to come in the Savannah.
I'm going to officially write him and invite him to come.
Write him. Send him an invitation.
And then put it on social media.
I'm going to invite him to share with this country.
Invite him to come and have a discussion with his people and tell everybody to sit down and listen.
Like Mia Motley does.
Great idea, great idea, great idea. Gary, we drink tonight.
Somebody can be drinking something for you, huh?
I feel Gary drink some passion fruit, some yellow passion fruit.
Nah, you know me, I don't play. I will call you out. I will call you out. Remember, I tell him if it's man, any one of them to call me. So what I'm suggesting is we organize things at the front. Don't tell Rowley to go. Send him an official invitation. Come.
Tell him come. I like that.
Talk man to man.
Gary,
man to man.
Great idea. So, Brother Abdullah, again, we want to thank you so very kindly for taking the time to join us. You know you are always welcome in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. When you come in here, you know, we feel we have a nice, cordial, respectable discussion, and that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? For us to have a wonderful discussion, and people could get some brain food when we finish having a discussion with you. We appreciate you very kindly.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Diana.
Yeah, welcome, Brother Abdullah.
Diana is storming, or Diana is easy, you know.
Brother Abdullah, do I appear to be, you know, I'm a calm individual, right?
Yes, you are. Very warm and welcoming and so on.
Yeah, Brother Abdullah.
My station in calling you today, and your response was one of, you know, immediate, you know, an immediate response. Yes, you know, and you immediately put it in place and so on. And I appreciate that a whole lot. You don't get that much from people when you engage with them and so on. And you're one of a kind, and you're the few people that I think that you know, gives that that added how should I put it, encouragement to others to continue living
Thank
And
you.
I see you being a person like that. You know, people talk to you and they have a purpose to live for. But okay,
Thank you,
there's
brother.
another good person that exists in the world.
Thank you, brother Abdullah. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Brother Abdullah, Brother Abdullah, when she go to sleep now, she go talk and she sleep tonight. You go make that woman talk and she sleep and answer herself. You know?
Yeah.
But brother Abdullah, I want to thank you so very kindly, man. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
All right.
Oh,
All right. Take care.
we'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me read some of them things from in the chat here now. Some of them fellas and them others have to let things go sometime, you know, Diana Benskin, because you just encourage them to.
Me? Well, I encourage
encourager.
them. Me? I motivate. No, I motivate.
Or you just motivate them to encourage them.
Answer, just remember, I a rebel with a serious cause.
That's right. Tell them, Gary. And Gary recruited me.
Gary recruited
Just
Gary.
remember who's the man who tell Raleigh if his man call me, tell Stuart, this one, that one, call me.
Yep.
If you're vexed, if you don't like what I'm saying, call me.
So Chris Watson says the only thing citizens could do now in Trinidad is work and pay taxes. Anything after that, police will lock you up. Chris, all they gotta pay all they got, you see, all they talking about property tax, all they gotta pay no property tax because they had to get 31,000 applications. And Chris, all they go start telling people, don't send any applications. So they cancel that property tax thing. That thing done. All they get no property tax. Cancel that. That's over. So Chris, you gotta worry about that. Don't worry about that. Chris Watson. You gotta worry about that. You're good. Look the next one. He come in late tonight. He can't even come first in the chat, you know. He can't even come second or third. Right? He went to the chat Olympics. They had 9 people anyways, and he finished 10th. Right? He went to the chat, you know the chat about chat Olympics.
Thank you, Albert. Diana, good until Wall Street get on her nerve. Thank you.
Diana Benskin, you hear what I say? You ignoring me?
Yeah, until you get on my nerves. Yeah, what?
Look, the fella, what is the name again?
Ellis Laborde?
Oh, yeah, no, Ellis Island.
I'm not inviting any PNM by me.
Yeah.
They're a thief too much.
Yeah, because you know what he went to.
I got it. I ain't able with all the chat.
He went to the chat Olympics and they had 9 people in the final and he come 10th. That's the problem.
Oh my God.
That's all right.
Oh no.
He says seedless lime is Hey, Eileen, that's true, boy. Any seedless lime, any seedless anything is GMO.
Yep.
Any seedless anything all again in Trinidad and Tobago is GMO. I know Ellis don't know what GMO means, but Ellis asks highly what GMO means because I know he gonna help you with that. He gonna help you. Oh, we had to play the song. We had to get Vicky Savannah hiding.
Answer me, give my headache.
We had to get that.
Stick to your professor in there.
Guess what?
PNM will fake the 30,000.
No, we ain't faking no 30,000. Hey, yeah, you read this one already. Albert Montano. Hey, Dana, you don't find like them fellas and them kind of enticing Albert to have a certain type of a leaning type of discussion? You find so?
Storm control the wall.
But you find so, Dana Benson? Abdullah is safe because the storm control the wall. I worry.
Hey.
Look. Ellis, I am a vegan. Wall Street only want to eat Balize chicken.
Oh, that's such a thing.
Balize chicken now? Oh boy, hey, I say last year only given one set of education, boy. I say Diana, lime is an organic alkaline. It must grow from seeds. Anything that don't go from seed is not created by the earth.
Well, when I went to school, they taught me I had to prune my citrus plant. So I don't know. I had to cut one and graft it to the other one, and then voila, the tree stayed, and then voila, it start to thing. That's how I do citrus.
What?
So
Hey,
I
Nadia,
never.
I'm putting up that quote, Nadia. Nadia say something about some type of people.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting up that
Your
one.
neighbor is ignorant.
Yeah. Hey, what a few nuts. Hey, cashew nuts. You believe this?
No.
That man had the nerve. Cashew nuts had the nerve to say he loved pigeon meat.
Because I asked him if anybody in the chat raised some chicken, duck, and pigeon. And I asked if anybody, pigeon meat tastes good, right, Wallafield? Let them know with roast breadfruit.
You eat pigeon meat?
How you mean?
Oh, you're wicked boy. Oh, you're killing a poor little pigeon, boy.
What do you mean, poor little pigeon? But you ain't getting nothing to eat back in the day. And you know, my brother used to raise pigeon, and he was wicked to me. I bossy favorite pigeon throat, and clean it and roast it in the back with breadfruit.
Oh, that wickedness, boy.
Ain't no wickedness. It was a nice, healthy bird.
I spent years between 1980 to 1990 in Trinidad. I had to leave the country of my birth. Why you had to leave, Albert Montano? Why you had to leave? They run you like they run me? That's what I'm going to tell you. They run you. Nadia says, Albert Montano. Well said, sir.
But you ain't live if you haven't eaten a pigeon.
So here breadstick. Ellis and some hold his wedding under full moon, you know.
Oh Lord.
Else people wouldn't see him and Rowley at the night.
Oh Lord.
You know?
Fish stick hitting hard, boy. You.
What the hell? No, that is dying hard.
Ooh. Well, Ellis said, Dinah, you make Wall Street prune his hair and it never grow back.
Hey, listen, man. One of these weeks, Dinah, I will come in here with an afro. I will go back my hair again and come in with an afro. No, come back with an afro. Albert Montano said the people who are not suffering will not get involved in the fight for the struggling citizens.
Highly said what? That what? Rowley seedless. That's why he using goat to eat. I never would all you. Me see me. Let me leave all you alone. Oh God, all you bad. Gee.
Oh, Richard Ramub say you get one of them there now. Your friend.
Oh yeah. Tell him to go sell more fig. Go sell more fig and buy a phone.
You fig man.
Yeah, because you see your phone die, so I said go sell more fig and buy a phone.
Your phone die? No, your phone ain't died. Run out of minutes.
I tell him go sell more fig.
Dana, you're the only person in America I know have 3 phones, you know.
Wait. Why are you giving out my business now?
You gave your business here on the radio the other day.
Let me explain why I have 3 phones.
You tell the people you have 3 phones.
I use one when I go to Trinidad that they wouldn't teeth it because it's an old fashioned one. I don't look too presentable. Right? Then I have it's just an old fashioned one. Then I have one that I load all my games on. See, I put all my games on this so you don't eat up my data on my actual phone that I'm using.
Okay.
And this is a phone that's the phone that I actually use. And this one here is the one here I upgraded to a newer phone. So I care my things. My things don't mash up. So I decided I put all the games on here and I don't tie up the my phone, my actual life. Okay. So this phone does not have signal for to make calls. Like I could use only Messenger on this, but I can't make phone call and no.
Oh, so you have phone for special usage.
For what?
Special usage.
Yeah, I use that for games. I put all the games on that, and the other one is when I go Trinidad. It's a raggedy looking phone.
Somebody wish we had that good boy.
I care my things. I don't
Richard
destroy.
Ramon said, Wall Street, Wall of Fields. What is that?
Thank you, Hailey.
Richard
Hailey says
Ramon.
it makes sense.
Hailey, please. Come on. What makes sense? Please. Hey, where is gone, boy?
What? Diana, you make Wall Street prunes. Mongs, you eat your pigeon, your neighbor pigeon?
Mongs is coming.
No, he was there earlier. He was there earlier.
He was there earlier.
Mongs, you eat your neighbor pigeon?
I ain't seen Takesha.
She there.
Well, Dan Prasad said something earlier, but I just gotta leave Dan Prasad alone. Yeah?
Oh, jeez.
Because sometimes, you know, it's better to keep your mouth shut. Right?
You know, I've upgraded my software in this phone, and it seems like the worst thing I did because I can barely hear you guys.
What's your phone company, Gary? Gary, what company does use?
What company you have, Gary? T-Mobile?
Verizon. But they sent me a download here to upgrade the
Get rid of
iPhone version.
Verizon and use Mint Mobile.
What's that?
Get rid of Verizon and use Mint Mobile.
I have Xfinity.
Let me tell you this, Gary. I used to have Verizon. I ain't gonna lie. I used to pay about $500 and something a month.
Oh God.
For me and the rest of the family phones, right? And boss, I get rid of Verizon and I get Mint Mobile. Gary, I ain't gonna lie to you. Mint Mobile for 6 months I paid $300 and something. And
see,
I went from Verizon at $9.53 right now. $9.54 I was on Mint. And Gary, I have to tell you, I have not seen the difference between Verizon, and this is not a commercial for Mint Mobile. I have not seen the difference between Verizon and Mint Mobile, and Mint Mobile is like $300 for 6 months. And I was paying $6,000 a year just for Verizon. Boy, I get so vexed, but you know, we live
I had that experience a few years ago. My daughter, she said, "Dad, can I download this game? It's only $10." Well, guess what they're charging me for? Every time my daughter used the game, we was getting charged. We ended up with a $500 extra charge.
Yeah.
That's why I put the games on a non-live phone. So if I know, I know what to do.
Some of us could barely afford one phone. Just so you know.
But I've had this phone for like 5 years.
Diana Benskin.
And I just upgrade.
Diana Benskin, some of us could just afford one phone.
Oh yeah, whatever.
All right, yeah. Takesha says
somebody said they shoot the neighbor pigeon with a slingshot. Of a mango tree.
Hey, you know why I'm seeing a wild boy? Claudia. Where Claudia gone?
I know.
And Melissa.
And Mark Daniel.
Look, Nadia there. Ellis the board. You're not easy, boy. No. Nadia, get him my name right.
Nadia calling me, want to hear your voice.
What? Hey, but all of us you want to hear Nadia's voice?
Yeah, tell them calling. And you know one who has something to say, tell them calling.
Yeah. I'm putting up that put by LC. No. Wall Street you have to go to.
Hey, Gary, you don't think people got to go to bed? I noticed you just come out, like a vampire, I'm a vampire.
Well, let me tell you something. Over here and something dealing with people around the world. All right?
But that's you. That's you.
I'm suffering. I want to go home. All 3 o'clock in the morning, India, Middle East.
I'm a vampire.
Diana, we saw that person, Kival, married.
And guess who calling me early in the morning?
Who?
Guess who does be calling me early in the morning when I supposed to be sleeping? Diana Benskin.
Me? I don't call you early in the morning. Don't even go there.
8 o'clock in the morning.
I just be sleeping then.
Diana, who is Kival married to me?
I don't know. He knew or she knew. That's why I said hello. Where you from, Kival?
Diana, the fig man Richard Ramrup says people in Trinidad don't stand up for the correct thing. If it was fat, everyone will come out and come out in your numbers like carnival.
Yep.
Now there was quite a few people at that march too. I ain't gonna lie, there was quite a few people. I at least say answer Russia is way better than Trinidad. Nah, boss. Nah, not at all. Darren Passat said the gas chamber coming. Nah, neither.
Oh.
Oh, Albert Montano. Yeah, Albert Montano. He following along the line. Certain people would always be a defender of the PNM government, not any other government, and we are going down the wrong way.
Oh dear, Ellis sitting there hard. He said Wall Street, just end the program before midnight. You know, all the old people in PNM is turned these.
What are you talking about?
Oh God.
I think somebody using a name by Keval. Keval.
I never seen that person before.
That is Fitzgerald Hines spying on us.
Yeah, come on, brother Hines. Come
Hey,
on, we've been inviting
I didn't see Rose either. Where Rose?
Rose was here earlier.
Oh, Rose gone and
She
sleep?
was, yeah. You remember, it is 11 o'clock for them.
No, I feel. Hey, look, Rajvi. Where Rajvi? Where Rajvi gone? Rajvi gone and sing a chutney.
Oh, let's tell them
Diana,
about
you gotta send Fitzgerald Hines an official invitation. Eh?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him.
Send them a letter. Send them a letter.
I will do it. Tell them about the talent show on the 18th, Anson.
So folks, we have hey, look, Rose right there, boy. Rose, wake up, yes?
We don't want Stuart Young here. We only want Fitzgerald Hines.
Diana, you wake up, Rose. Rose actually earplug inside. I where Carice? Wasn't Carice there too? Yeah. But we
tell them about the thing before we forget.
Rose says she's not sleeping. She just nodding off. So folks, what we gonna do? Diana Benz, can you tell the people now, man? You spearheaded the whole thing. It's your idea.
All right. On the 8th, my birthday is on the 19th of December, Sunday. So on the 18th, the Saturday, we're going to have a talent show where we're gonna invite people, children, whatever, to perform. If you play a guitar, you play the steel band. If any of you in the chat have a particular talent that you'd like to share with us, do let us know now so I can capture your name, or send me a friend request on Facebook and say, you want to perform in the 18th show, Saturday the 18th show. My name is Diana Benskin on Facebook. For those of you who are not connected with me on WhatsApp, right? For those of you who are connected with me on WhatsApp, you can send me a direct message. If you're not, you can reach me on Facebook, send me a friend request saying you want to participate in the show, or messenger. You want to participate in the talent show. Anything. If you sing, play the guitar, whatever you do, we want to know. If you tell jokes, you're a magician, if you beat the tassa, whatever. Okay?
All right, so Diana, hold that thought. Let's go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. Let's go for a quick station identification. And when we come back, Diana, I didn't get a chance to play Vicky.
You gave my headache.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Right. So, Takesha, Nadia, and Rose, put closing comments in the chat. Takesha, Nadia, and Rose, put comments in the chat. Takesha, Nadia, and Rose. Hey, Takesha, Nadia, and Rose, put closing comments in the chat. All right. Gary gone. And Tommy flying back to the US today, so
Call him out, Rose. He could hear you. He probably
Now,
listening.
Rose, he flying back. He say he can't take Trinidad no more. You flying out at Trinidad. He say he had enough. He say he had enough of people living good and people only balling out, people starving and all kind of thing. He said, nah. He say he can't take that no more. So he coming back to the US today. And he say he ain't going on no car either. He going on a jet. That was very blue.
So let me ask a question. Anybody in the chat have any talents? And they're interested in participating? I hear a certain person with the initial R can sing.
Yeah. Hey, Ellis, good night, boy. Ellis say, good night, everyone. Stay safe. Wall Street, just a few more minutes before the wolves of the PNM take over. Yeah, Ellis, you're gone because your wife take your laptop from you. That's why. That's why. You see, 10 on the dot, at exactly 10 o'clock. You put up that comment, you're gone. Good night, everyone. No good night. Your wife take away your tablet. That's what it is. Look, you're not fighting to get it back.
Leave him alone.
Dada, look. Oh, God. She's not it from him again. Ellis in the corner, hiding.
All right.
Hiding. Ellis in the corner, hiding from the wife.
We got Rose volunteering to do something. What you gonna do, Rose? Anybody else in the chat has any talent?
Ooh.
All this great, but nobody can sing, dance, beat a drum, play harmonica.
Yeah. But Diana, my dog was in on the thing that was in on the stream last night. And I said, but my dog, where was? He said he went somewhere. No, he ain't come tonight. Look. What about you? Ellis snatched back the laptop from me, wife. Look, watch him. Look, he come back. Oh, God. Albert, good night, boy. Ellis wife snatched back the laptop.
Highly say, well, the talent is third eye, seeing the truth regardless the obstacle. Okay.
No,
Good night, my family.
Talent, yeah, that's a good talent here, Highly, but
very good.
No, we go get one of few people, man, out of the talent. We have let's see.
Rose says she can sing and dance.
But you know what I'm seeing now, right? Nuts cake.
Yeah. You know, some of them having difficulty, with the internet.
No. I feel Ron must be bad him too.
Yeah, I see Ron in a while too.
No, two of them. Since Ron must tell boy not cake. Me ain't going back in there, because I was just only pick on me all the time. You only want to pick on me. Me ain't going back in there. What wrong with you? You think you pick on you too? You know not cake. Don't go back either. You know not cake. Don't go back. Go back.
Oh God.
Ellis Island. You shouldn't go back either. Because they pick on you too. Oh God! And yes, hey Rose, we waiting for Rose and already see Takesha. Yeah. Hey Takesha, if your song can play the pan, that gonna be real good. That gonna be good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Second plan player. Very good. Something festive for the season. A festive piece, yeah.
All right, so we see Rose coming. Rose, Takesha. And who's the other one, Diana?
Takesha, Rose, and Wallafield, I think you said.
No. Wasn't Wallafield, man.
I have it written Nadia.
Nadia. It was Nadia. Yeah, it was Nadia. Yeah, Nadia. Yeah. Because Ellis wife take away laptop again. He gone. Ellis, I'm sorry for you, boy. Don't worry. It's that the way it goes sometimes. Okay. I see, Diana. I just have all these videos planning waiting,
Yeah, I know.
And you know how to play that video with
after.
No, I'm playing it tonight. But I play it. I go play it. Hold on, Oh, look, Chris Watson. Chris, when you're not a comedian, you mustn't try comedy, eh? Diana, try and put a leash and chain on Ansem for that night. Barking is not a talent.
Oh Lord.
That kind of steal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, I gonna laugh at that joke next week. Dana, you can send a long distance tickle.
I don't know how to do that.
It's about app for that. I want to laugh at Chris Watson joke.
I put LOL.
If you send my long distance tickle, I go laugh.
LOL.
All right, Dana Benskin. All right. I mean, you know, it's kind of late, Dana Benskin. Go ahead, Dana Benskin.
Okay. I want to address the peaceful march in the savannah by the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago on November 30th. Lois McMaster said, "The dead cannot cry out for justice. It is the duty of the living to do so for them. People revolt because they are unhappy with their social, economic situation and feel that the existing government has no interest in responding to their complaints. Once they begin to feel helpless and view the government as a regime, they quickly realize that the only way to make a change is to eliminate the existing government and replace it with one that will respond to their needs. This process usually starts with protests that could culminate into revolution. Mostly what the revolting people want is to be heard. The storming of the Bastille took place on July 14, 1789. The citizens of Paris were tired of lack of food, overtaxing, and seeing their country deteriorate, causing the citizens of Paris to fix things and revolt. In the 1980s and 1990s, when Thatcher introduced the poll tax in the late 1980s, many refused to pay in a widespread act of civil disobedience. There were protests across Britain, culminating in riots in central London in 1990. Not only did the poll tax end up being abolished, but the movement contributed to the removal of Margaret Thatcher from power later in 1990. In Trinidad and Tobago, there are loud cries from citizens, cries for constitutional reform, cries for judicial reform, cries for transparency in government, cries for burdensome property tax not to be applied, cries for a proper healthcare system, cries for freedom of choice not to be vaccinated or not, cries for economic opportunity, cries for access to capital, cries for adequate compensation to satisfy the current cost of living, cries for proper housing, cries for access to the internet, cries for devices for those who are forced to do online schooling, cries for the crumbling roads to be fixed, cries for water in their homes all the time, cries because they are hungry, cries from the relatives of those who are murdered or still missing, cries because they have lost a loved one to corona, and no one in the establishment has publicly said, "I am sorry for your loss." To the establishment in Trinidad and Tobago, I would like to ask the following questions. The same citizens who gathered at the Queen's Park Savannah peacefully on November 30th, are you going to respond to their cries now? Or are you waiting for them to storm your local Bastille? This is your global ambassador and poet, Diana Benskin, bidding you auf Wiedersehen until we meet again. Good night, my beloved people, and stay safe. Thank you.
Yes, Diana Benskin. Change does not roll on the wheels of inevitability, but comes from through continuous struggle. And so we must straighten our backs and work for our freedom. A man can't ride you unless your back is bent. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. And we're going to go out tonight. We're going to go out tonight, Diana Benskin. What do you think we're going out tonight with that?
Yeah. Somebody hiding.
Well, but Diana Benskin, why you have to say that it's somebody hiding?
Yeah, somebody hiding.
Diana Benskin?
I know I ain't hiding.
You know who in hiding? You in hiding?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see here. You know, Diana Benson, you know, my system froze up just now. When all was kind on the program, you all did a fantabulous job, man.
Yeah, I realized you was frozen because you was there in the one stand for a long time.
Yeah. What happened is that sometimes here in the studio, the internet is just freeze up just like that, you know?
Yeah, you get hijacked.
Oh God. Diana Benskin, I don't know why you let them people influence you like that, you know.
Good night, everyone in the chat. Yeah. Stay safe.
Hiding from the Lord. Alice in the garden, hiding. Alice in the garden, hiding from the wife. Bikini Savannah, hiding. Bikini Savannah, hiding from the law.
Adam in the garden, hiding. Yeah, the Baptist, Adam in the garden, hiding. Yeah, them Baptists, hiding from the Lord. I heard some Baptists by the pit singing this hymn, so I asked about it. They say right after the election, Manning went looking for Selwyn Ryan. They say Manning went to look for Selwyn to upload a piece of the mind on him. For Selwyn's poll at St. Augustine had predicted PNM would win. They tell me Selwyn's researching and his Sarah bulletin showing PNM as #1 was Manning to hold the election. So that when the election over, they say Selwyn run for cover. Manning search all through the mountain. Up to now we can't find Selwyn because Selwyn in the garden,
hiding. Alice in the garden, hiding from his wife. Bikini Savannah, hiding. Bikini Savannah, hiding from the law.
Yeah, the Baptist,
Bikini Savannah,
hear them singing,
Bikini Savannah, hiding from the law.
Oh. Just our pride are selling it. I ain't even want a black centuries. They say Manning took the decision on his own to go and hold the election. They say Selwyn Ryan would give him debate. A hook, line and sinker, he fight it straight. Especially when Selwyn says, boy, don't cheat. And me and them go win about 24 seats. They tell me that some ex-minister man catch them with their pants down. Most of them took loans from their bankers for their cars, their house and their dog. So important value went with money that morning to look for Selwyn. If I had seen Selwyn that morning, they would have been like Diego Martin. selling in the garden, hiding, 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 selling in the garden, hiding, hiding from money. Yeah, liar. Ooh. Yeah, the Baptists, hear them singing, hear them bringing, hear them singing, hiding from money. The Baptists said they chose this song to sing, but very soon man may be resigning for leading UMC into triumph, and they very goodly unto his tongue. For P and them big boys lost their office key, plus about 14 months in salary. While Selwyn and Sarah cut off country, so they plan to give Selwyn a catastrophe. For that morning after the election, Manny's salary was cut in half. He will pay for his son's education, so he planned to give Selwyn a shot. But that morning when the election time, Selwyn proved he could run and hide. Selwyn lucky because Mr. Imbert and Rodney Baptist they done the truth. He lucky Selwyn in the garden, hiding, hiding, hiding. Selwyn in the garden, hiding, hiding from money. Yeah, liar. Ooh. Yeah, liar. Ooh. Let the Baptist, Selwyn the Baptist, hiding, hiding, Selwyn in the garden, hiding, hiding from money. The Baptist told me that Mr. Noah, Robin Montano, and Orphan Patmore, them all went looking for Selwyn to thank him for Grandma Guy Manning. But the boss said she glad that Manning lost. But when he had power, he had kissed the cross. But the same Baptist love church and holiday, and they get a candle up to this day. I asked them Baptists who was singing, tell me where Selwyn was hiding. Was it down in Tico Mountain or up in St. Augustine? I told them I must confess, perhaps it's like Keith Smith in the Express. But they said they catch him hiding behind our desk in Cuba in reality complex. Selwyn in the garden, hiding, hiding, hiding. Selwyn in the garden, hiding, hiding from the money. There be Baptists, Selwyn, where art thou? Selwyn, where art thou? Selwyn, where art thou? I hear you hiding from the money. Hear them singing, Selwyn, where art thou? Sing it, Selwyn, where art thou? Selwyn, where art thou? I hear you hiding from the money. Hear them singing, Selwyn, where art thou? Selwyn, where art thou? Selwyn, where art thou? I hear you hiding from the money.
Let's go stateside for the mighty Chocolate